I will now bring to order the Town Council Work Session Tuesday, April 15th, 2025 at 4 p.m. in the council chambers at 150 East Monroe Street in Wytheville. Before we discuss the items to be discussed, we will need to vote on what candidate or Candace Johnson that wants to join us. All right, so I need a motion.
So moved, Madam Mayor.
A motion, do I have a second?
Second.
Motion and second. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye as well, so she will join us when when she can. Next on the agenda, before we approve the agenda, I would like council members to know that we have changed the order of some of the items. So items C, D, and H will be first on the agenda. At this point, I will need a motion to approve the agenda.
So moved.
All right, I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Motion second. Is there any discussion? I hear none. This will be a roll call vote. We'll start with Mr. Hand.
Aye.
Patterson, aye.
Taylor, aye.
Atkins, aye.
All right. We are now, we're going to open with Andrew Austin, and he will discuss regarding the Mount Rogers Planning District, Commission Regional Water Supply, presentation regarding the West Main Street Stripping and Improvements Project, and the continued discussion regarding the proposed water rates.
Yes, thank you so much for accommodating my weird request tonight. With the power being out and my kids being home alone, I do not want to come back to a pile of ashes. So, try to make this brief and answer any questions that y'all might have. The Regional Water Supply Plan is something that was designed by the state against the state regulation 9-VAC 25-780. It requires the regional planning units to come up with a comprehensive plan for water supply in their part of the state. Our plan now reflects the Mount Rogers Planning District counties as well. So when we did the kickoff meeting, it was a consensus of the group to have each locality represented within that planning commission engage with Mount Rogers PDC to hire a firm to develop this plan for us. So tonight, what I would like to ask the council is to vote on the resolution that, not tonight, I'm sorry.
It'll be at the April 28th meeting.
I can't hear you.
I'm sorry.
Can you check his microphone? I want to make sure the folks at home can hear. It seems like
Is this any better?
Not
maybe
really.
Not
it's
really?
not very loud. Just want to
not
make sure
loud.
folks at home can hear because been a little issue in the past, so I would appreciate
Any
it.
better?
I'm sorry to interrupt you,
That's
sir.
better.
Yes.
I'm sorry.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
So what we're actually doing here is the state wants us to collectively as a group for our regional area come up with how we're going to use, take our water from the environment, treat it, and put it back into the environment for the future 12 years for this cycle. I believe that we have a resolution developed, but we're not going to move on that tonight. But that's the information that I came to share for that. Is there any questions that I might be able to answer for that? We do not yet know the cost. I should point that out. We do not yet know the cost for what that engineering firm would charge and what our share would be until we have those resolutions in hand for the Mount Rogers PDC. Are we good to move to the West Main Street paving?
I am. You guys good? Okay. Yes, sir. Thank you.
All right. Okay, so on April 9th, we had a public input meeting for the West Main Street paving and reconfiguration project. We had a total of 17 attendants signed in, excluding staff. 10 of them were town residents, 1 non-town resident but owns property within the town, 5 non-town residents, and 1 non-respondent, meaning that he signed his name but did not give his locality. Basically, for those of you that were not able to see the presentation, we gave a quick PowerPoint that spoke about the project, the history, about the state of good repair, which is the grant funding that will pay for this with 0 incurred cost to the town. Here's some pictures of the state of the pavement currently, which I believe we all can agree is poor. These are some reasons why we would consider a road configuration now. The current condition, or the current road striping plan, which is 2 northbound, 2 southbound, and parking on the street. The proposed reconfiguration, which would be 1 northbound, 1 southbound, parking on the street on both sides that had been widened by 1 foot, and the addition of a 5-foot bike lane on either side. Why consider striping plan, or why consider a striping plan to reconfigure the roadway? Open discussion. The dangers of on-street parking as it is currently drawn and designed. The left-hand turns that are a cause of a significant amount of accidents through history. The benefits of bicycle lanes in communities. The supposed need for an individual to race up the hill when they come into town to try to pass that one slow poke that they've been following all the way from Speedwell. Crash reduction. So this is the Federal Highway Administration's statistics for what this type of road configuration does for a community. They say that they reduce collisions by 19 to 47%. Our average daily trip count for that section of the road, combining both northbound and southbound traffic, is about 6,300 vehicles a day, 92% of those being 2- and 4-tire vehicles, 1% of those being 2-axle trucks, 4% of those being 3-axle trucks, and 3% of those being combination truck and trailers. You could look at the last 2, the 3+ axle and the combination truck and trailers, as your large box trucks or your tractor trailers. The capacity, this is the design capacity for this type of configuration, as the Federal Highway Administration VDOT concur on, which says that as long as that route has less than or equal to 16,000 vehicles per day, this is an acceptable design. And then down below there, you see where it says less than 10,000 average daily trips, or ADT. This is a great candidate for road diets. In most instances, capacity will likely not be affected. These are the peak times that VDOT pulled for us. So between the time of 7:45 a.m. to 8:45 a.m., you have about 603 cars traveling that route. And then on the opposite side of the clock, from 4:30 until 5:30 in the afternoon, you have about 691. Here's your crash data for the years. I was surprised to find that there was a fatality in history on this section of road. We do not have a good report about what it was, but it was a single vehicle accident. It seems to be that the driver lost control of the vehicle and may have passed out before the collision, just to give you some background. Here are the locations of those incidents. That red dot is the fatality that happened back in 2016. The yellow dots are injuries, apparent injuries, and the gray dots are basically fender benders, or what they call property damage only. If you look around the intersection of 20th Street, that is where you see a lot of them. That's part of the left-hand turn configuration that we would look to avoid having any more of those rear end or side swipe collisions. And then also up at 12th Street at the light, you have traffic bound collisions. This is the breakdown of the collisions and types per intersection. As you can see, your number one hitter is the 12th Street intersection. Your number two is the intersection of Grayson Road into Main Street, which would be where Grayson Restaurant turns to Main Street from Grayson Road. Your number three is the 20th Street intersection, mainly left turns. This is a plan that I believe most of you are familiar with, that shows what the proposed change would be. And then questions. And we had what I feel is a pretty good meeting overall. I think it was positive. I think we got a lot of public feedback. I felt good about it at the end of the day. We had 5 comment cards out of 17 attendance. And I believe everyone has a copy of this. So most of them asked really good questions. I believe that we were able to answer most people's concerns one way or another. We had, outside of this meeting, we had 8 emails, we had 8 emails, 4 town resident responses. 2 of them were very much against, and 2 of them were in favor. We had 4 non-town residents in an email response, and all were against the reconfiguration. I received 12 phone calls, 4 from non-town residents, 3 were against, 1 was in favor of the reconfiguration, 8 town residents, 2 against reconfiguration, and 6 in favor. And then we also have the general comments that I jotted down during the meeting that revolved around the public discussion that we were having there. Also on social media, and I appreciate Sherry for helping me with this, we were able to capture the post up until 5 p.m. on Friday off of the town website Facebook posting and the WDBJ7 news article posting. It's a decent amount of information. I'm not sure if I can legally repeat some of that on this mic. So if you would like to go over any of it, I do believe overall social media was against the reconfiguration, but I do also believe that it would be arbitrary for me to pass judgment on each of these posts individually. So on that topic, is there any questions that I can answer for anybody?
Mr. Austin, what's the time frame of the project, if we do or if we don't?
Me and Elaine and Billy have been working on putting the paving out. We would like to do, hopefully this week, the paving bid. That paving would take place in the month of May. So we would hope to include this project within that either way that it goes. Right now, the state will pay for any configuration that is approved by them. The current configuration is approved by them. So we can go either way and still get the grant.
So summarizing all the data that came in, for y'all, when I was reading what I read, I didn't look at the social media stuff, but it was sort of like this, but I thought maybe it was a little bit more positive than negative. What did everybody else feel as far as the comments and the? I
think that the overall tone was a little bit heated at the beginning in the public meeting, and I believe that it simmered out towards the end. I do know that there were a couple of respondents that live on the corridor that maybe came in against and left with in favor of it. But I also know that there were definitely individuals that that was a hill they were going to fight on, and they were not for it at all. My hard data, as far as comment cards and phone calls and emails, it does come to respondents to the or for or in favor of. But I would say social media, again, felt against the change. And the public atmosphere, I would rather not weigh on something as mercurial as that. I would ask any of the attendants that were there what they felt the atmosphere was, but I felt positive about not necessarily for or against. I felt positive about the actual experience. I think it was a good way for the town to engage the public and the public to engage the town.
So I have some thoughts. So there were two statements or two questions that were asked that are sort of going to drive my decision. And the first one was the very first young lady who spoke that had a concern about the traffic going up Spring Street.
Yes.
As somebody who used to live out there all my life and drove that road every day, I would shoot up Spring Street anytime I could because it just made sense, right?
It does.
And so the problem I have with this is the time frame. You know, I feel like we're going to be pushed into making this decision by next month. I do not feel comfortable with that, first of all, okay? I feel like that's just a little too fast when we still have a lot of things to discuss. So the first thing is Spring Street. The second comment that was made that I thought was very fair was a bike path to nowhere.
Right.
And I would like to see us have a master plan of where phase 2, phase 3, phase 4 might be, where these bike lanes might connect. Once you get up to 12th Street, you're on a bike lane and it just ends. And I think that might be confusing for somebody on a bike. So I would think that maybe there would be a plan for phase 2. Would that be down Monroe? Would it be, how would you make that work? And it seems like those two questions would have me voting no at this point, just because I would also, if this is a possibility, could we do a traffic count on Spring Street now? And if we do go with this, within 90 days, do another traffic count on Spring Street, because Spring Street may require traffic calming if
as a result
traffic increases substantially.
Yeah.
So these are just questions that I just feel pushed with a time frame. But I think those two questions would have me voting no. I wouldn't put so much stock into what was said on social media. I'm not and that's not anybody said anything. It's just that I personally am trusting those two questions just really stick with me the most. And
right.
I don't think that we can answer those tonight or within the time we have to have this paved. So that's just my thoughts on this. And from the very beginning, my gut feeling was and I think you're going to have the same issue when you have a public meeting on Pepper's Ferry Road and Monroe Street. I think it's going to be, I feel like we're going to have the same response. Maybe not. But I do think we need to have a master plan of where this bike lane is going to continue once you get to the top of the hill.
I love the idea of continuing some type of, if we're going to do bike lanes, I believe that a continual plan or bike path would be the answer to a lot of that. Also, just to reiterate, as we responded to the question on Spring Street, and I believe you were there for that, there is a stop sign on the crossing of Spring and 20th. So it's not a direct thoroughfare, but you're not wrong saying that there will definitely be some traffic that does choose to go that way. I don't know if it'll be larger, may or may not, but data would show it.
And Spring Street's a much more residential. There's no
wholly residential almost
lines to stay between. It's a residential district completely. So just have concerns about that. So for me, based on what I've heard, nothing to do with just my own personal experience out there, I would vote no for this personally. I don't know if we're voting tonight, but I just want to be honest with you about how I feel about it, about those concerns. And I'm just not sure we could get those answered by the time we have it striped. It's within 30 days, and I just don't know how we could get those answered.
Okay.
But it doesn't mean we don't restripe it down the road.
Right.
Striping is possible at any point in time. I know it's not as easy to go over, but it's possible.
Right. Our major concern with restriping and without paving is they do what's called an eradication, and basically it's a very high pressure washer that goes in and scrubs those thermostats off. And what they leave is this incredibly clean amount of pavement where that thermoset had protected it from any weathering. So you get these ghost markings. And then it can be confusing to a motorist seeing the ghost markings and now the stripe markings.
And it may not be that it gets changed, it would just be an option down the road.
Correct.
But that's just my thoughts on it based on, and I wasn't able to hear most of that, it had to go to a rec commission meeting. But I've spent some time down there, not that I don't know the street, I've been 10,000 times, but I looked at it through different eyes, just went there and just looked at it, and I just wish we had more time, that's what I would say. I wish we had more time to get more information.
All right.
So I have another comment, I guess. A lot of dialogue was about the bike lanes, you know.
Yes.
Positive, negative, seemed to be weighing more negative. Going back a lot, 4 or 5 years, we used to have one of the residents come in very frequently and complain about where he has to park halfway on the sidewalk or in his yard, because
know
it's
the
probably
residents.
that video that's up there, you know, it's like right here.
Yes.
And so that still sticks with me as far as that goes. I agree that we need to have some more with the bike lane. We just don't want to put a bike lane in and then have it just end right there. But I personally would like for those people to have a safer parking. As far as that goes. And then, and Mr. Moore, I'm not sure if you remember this, but you had a comment, you and I were talking about it after that, and you had a comment that you didn't know if it would work or not, but because of one of the big things that citizens had was going back home, they would get stuck behind a slowpoke and then be stuck behind that slowpoke. So you said something about, well, I wonder if, you know, coming up would be one way and then going down could be a different, just to take,
I love that idea, Dr. Taylor. And actually, somebody suggested that, I don't remember in that conversation, I thought that was reasonable to have 2 lanes up, 1 lane down. Right. So maybe, I don't know if that's feasible or not.
I will say that a number of the citizen respondents on phone calls were suggested of 2 lanes up, 1 lane down. I'm not sure what that would look like.
Could it give you more parking? I mean, could it save if you shifted everything when you're going up the hill to the left, to add an extra 3 or 4 feet parking on the right side? Because that is so unsafe parking. You're exactly right. That is the main issue up there, is that parking. Could you use the bike lane space for, I don't know, reconfigure that? Would it line up weird when you get to the top of the hill?
I hate to say yes or no, just because of the time frame that we're dealing with currently. I do not, in my recollection, as far as that goes, for whatever you take it for, know of a VDOT approved plan with bidirectional traffic patterns like that, just because of the volume being equal on both sides. It's not something that we can't bring up to our local administrative project directors or peers with VDOT and just ask the question. They should be able to provide that answer.
I would like that better idea.
Yeah.
And so your time frame for us being council to, I guess, vote on it, which it's not on the agenda to be voted on tonight. So what is that time frame? 3 weeks, 4 weeks? It's not
I would like
much.
to have the paving started at the beginning of next month. Yeah.
So we would have to be making
Correct.
It's just too quick. I mean,
Is the paving dependent, is the striping dependent upon the paving? The paving can happen, and I understand that is funded, right? The
Yes.
paving is funded.
Paving and striping would be
Could you make a
funded.
decision on the striping sometime after the paving is completed?
We do use a temporary marking system where we put down more of a spray paint type material for the interim, but it is not as visible at night. It is not what I would say the safest way to leave a road for any sort of amount of time. It's basically just a stopgap between our paving contractors and our painting contractors.
Are there like stickers that go down, like I used to see when they would, it's an actual sticker, not a sticker, but it looks like a material, it's not paint. Is there something that you put down and it's meant to be temporary? Because if it would buy us time, it would be so great if we got it right the first time before we stripe it, but if that would buy us time. If not, that's okay.
For-
I'm just asking, does that exist?
For that amount of linear foot, I'm not sure, just because it is a decent amount. When you talk about single and double lines and that sort of configuration, I'm not sure, but I can get you an answer.
Well, it's whatever you all think. It's just a thought.
Well, and my
think
question
if
is, do we
somebody
have to
does-
start it in 2 weeks, like Barbados started in 2 weeks, or is it just pressing on the time frame, or is it just when we're wanting the job to start? I mean,
So all tickets have to be into VDOT for reimbursement and paid out by July 1st to qualify for this State of Good Repair grant. To make that work with our annual paving contract, we start in June, finish about halfway through June, let all their paperwork filter through, so we get final invoices in somewhere around the beginning of July. Everything's paid out halfway through July, and we close out the year.
but we still have just a little bit of time, so we don't have to decide something in
So
2 weeks,
why
right?
do we have to do it in May? Why aren't we doing it in June? That would give us another month. You have till June. You just have to have it turned in.
Well, we have to advertise for 21 days on the bid legally.
Okay, help me out here.
So if we go, like,
Sorry.
if we go out, let's say Monday, right? So we're looking at, I guess, the 20th. So 21 days later, we open the bids. At 21 days later, we're looking into May 10th or 11th, something like that. They're not going to start that day. They're going to roll out probably within the next 7 to 14 days. So now we're already towards the very end of May. They start doing their paving. 1 to 2 weeks later, paving's done. And then it's just so many moving wheels and corporations. Mhm.
Okay.
Anything else on this topic that I can help answer?
I guess my point is the paving first, and then you do the striping.
Correct.
So the striping may not be for a couple of weeks after the paving.
We try to run as close together as we can. I think last year it was a week. Is that correct, Elaine?
Okay,
Yeah.
within a week, so
Yeah.
it gives you an extra week. Anyway.
Right. All right.
It almost sounds like right now, the direction we're headed is just to restripe it back, the same configuration, and then we can consider this again at some time in the future. I just think in the interest of time, I don't know that we're gonna have the time to, even if we came up with a new striping plan and ran it through VDOT, I don't think we would have enough time for another configuration. So, but that's okay. I mean, we will repave West Main again at some point. So this is something the town can continually consider as you either repave or if you want to eliminate the markings and go with a new configuration. But I agree with you. I don't think it's something that if you're not really feeling it, I don't think you should rush into it. I think you're better served to just go back the way it is.
And I wouldn't mind to sort of look into what Mayor Taylor said and Mr. I mean, like the 1 and 2 lanes. I mean, I think that's a really good suggestion as well.
And the other thing, with all of the accident data, I would love to see a safety plan on that stretch regardless.
Right.
What are we doing wrong? Maybe some traffic calming, maybe something up there. So
And
maybe
we-
now that we have the data, we could use that to still help.
And outside of the scope of this project, I think that it was identified by staff that there's probably a more severe problem right there at Grayson Restaurant on what's known as Grayson Road, turning in and out.
So this was a wealth of information.
Like I
on
said,
that
I was
road
very
that did not
positive
know
about the
So
meeting.
Thank you. It certainly
Yeah.
brought out a lot of good information, so.
So if it's okay with the council, what staff is currently recommending is that we go ahead and proceed with putting the paving out to bid and the striping out to bid, and we just go ahead and restripe it back, if that's okay with the council. Thank you.
Well, I mean, I don't know if we have to vote or not vote, but,
That was just my thoughts.
Yeah.
That's just one person's thought.
again, I just feel very strong. I mean, I get it either way, there's objections. But I just personally, I've already said, what I feel about the safety of the people that are parking, and that won't change. I don't see any other way of making it wider or their parking easier than what has been brought to us, so.
Is there any way that maybe you could try to check with VDOT as Mayor Taylor suggested on how and look at that, and maybe by that time we could have that configuration looked at, and then by the time there is striping, then we would know, at least take her suggestion, take it to them, and then by that time, maybe we'll have something, and then we could still have dialogue on it.
I can do my best to get it through VDOT. It is a little bit of a large machine to grind through.
Just say pretty, please.
Yeah.
Well, and just say that the mayor had a suggestion, and you'd like to
Right.
just, this is another thing we'd like to look at before we, stripe it.
Right, and I can definitely ask those questions. I will not guarantee that we will have an answer back when that striping does come around.
No, that's fine.
But
At least
I will
it's
have an
better
answer.
to try. Yeah, at
Right.
least, yeah. Is that okay, Mayor Taylor? Yeah.
Thank you.
You're
I'm just
welcome.
mainly concerned with the parking of
Oh,
our
yeah.
citizens.
Yeah.
That's my main concern,
The parking is
is
bad.
the parking for the citizens.
Parking's
Is there
bad.
any, so we did all new sidewalks. Mr. Moore, aren't there all new sidewalks down there from, all of that section, I think just before I came on council, early 15, 14? Am I wrong about that? It
I
seems
think
like all the
I think
sidewalks
they've
are
been,
new,
maybe
they
a
put
little
in all
further
the streets.
east. I think they were from about 12th into town that were
Okay.
redone.
Wondered
If
about
I
any
recall.
reconfiguration, but I guess we own what we own, so
Yeah.
can't move it really.
Yeah, that street is one of the oldest streets. Well, it's Main Street. And of course, it's a U.S. highway that we adopted into the town through the charter. Are we ready for the next topic?
So,
Hi. Hello.
Welcome, welcome.
so number H.
Mr. Austin, thank you.
Oh, you're very welcome.
Okay. Thank you.
All right, for water rates, I believe that we had broached this subject last time I was in front of you.
Vice Mayor. Hey, we're on number H. We're changing things just a few, changing things just a little bit. We just started on H.
Okay, thank you.
Uh-huh.
Have we already done F and G?
No, ma'am.
No,
No, we just did C and we're doing H, and then we'll go back.
All right, so with the water rates that we'd came up with inside, I believe we talked about these a little bit the last time I was in front of you. I have the breakdown for 3,000, 5,000, and 10,000 gallon users and what the proposed change would impact these individuals as far as monetary monthly bills. Mr. Moore asked me to do a brief synopsis of what our peers in and around the town charge for the same amounts of water. So I did a breakdown of Wytheville County, the town of Pulaski, and Pulaski County real quick. So with Wytheville County, for a 3,000 gallon user, water and sewer combined bill would be $78.79. For Wytheville, with the proposed change, that individual would pay $56.07. For a 5,000 gallon user in Wytheville County, that individual would pay $115.83. In the town of Wytheville, that individual would pay $90.23. Going on to the town of Pulaski, a 3,000 gallon user, water and sewer combined, would pay $80.75 versus our $56.07. A 5,000 gallon user would pay $107.93 versus our $90.23. And for the county of Pulaski, a 3,000 gallon user would pay $83.62 versus our $56.07, and a 5,000 gallon user $117.76 versus our $90.23. And what I believe these rates reflect is the cost of natural resources and the impact that it's made in the last few decades. The cost of chemicals, the cost of employees, and the cost of operations have just gone up and up and up. I do not know that our rate structure has maybe reflected that as well as our peers. But I do believe that this also shows that even with this modest raise, our citizens, the your average 3,000 to 5,000 gallon user, which is your median and majority user in the town, is not going to be impacted nearly as much if they were living in one of our neighbors' communities.
So I have all kind of questions.
Of course.
Would you pass these around? I got some information this morning from the treasurer's office. And what I was, my question first of all is we only have three categories, 3,000, 5,000, 10,000.
Yes.
So it seems to me like we should have a few more categories. And the reason I would ask about that is, according to the treasurer's office, so I called and asked, what would a smaller restaurant, of course, they can't give any names, but what would a smaller restaurant use as far as the gallons of water? And the answer was approximately 20,000 gallons.
Okay.
Then I asked, what would a large restaurant use, like a larger restaurant? And she said approximately 50,000 gallons.
Okay.
Then I asked, what would a factory, excluding a Gatorade and
A
Pepsi,
bottler, yeah.
excluding those, use? And she said 750 gallons. I mean, 750,000 gallons, I'm sorry. So we're charging the person that's only using 3,000 gallons the exact same rate as we're charging the person at 750,000 gallons. According to the rate sheet that I'm looking at, it's for, everything is so tiny, I can't see anything.
I'm sorry about that.
Yeah, it's for, that's not your fault, it's my eyes. But my question is, it seems like we need to have a different category between 10,000 gallons and 25,000 gallons, and then 50,000 to 100. But then I think there needs to be a few more categories. And what I would like to see is the resident who is using 3,000 gallon, who's being efficient, they get charged nothing. That person's economically, they're being responsible. They're using basically no water. The person in between, who is most of us who are using 5,000 gallons, I'm trying to get some of this expense off of the residents and get it more into the industry and the business is, which are using the majority of the water. We need to get this shifted away from everybody paying the same rate. And I would like to see there be no increase at all for the person using 3,000 gallons and maybe $1, maybe $2, possibly on the person using 5. But I wanted to ask how you felt about adding a few more categories and maybe re-evaluating how we bill.
I actually do have a model that is a high-end user-only adjustment. I do not have it fully calculated out to present tonight.
That's okay. Well,
But
I'm
I do
asking,
have
just
it.
saying, hey, what do you think about this maybe?
I also have a model that is a direct increase by percentage across the whole scale. This was small to the, it's a flat rate for the high-end user and a small increase for CPI for the low-end user.
But I would suspect that person that's only spending 3,000 gallons is somebody by themselves, maybe somebody retired, maybe some older person by themselves, and that's the last person that we need to be increasing their bill because it was just increased last year.
Correct.
So I'm asking that we look at the possibility. I'm not supporting this increase, nothing personal, it's just for myself. I have a lot more questions before I could support this. I do understand expenses are going up. I would like to hear some conversation about how we're going to reduce spending. I've not heard any conversation from any department on how we're going to reduce spending, even though everything is going up. Is that a fair question to ask? Could we have some conversation about what we're going to do? Because this is just going to go up. We need to get it under control, maybe through spending or.
I can tell you that
If you have those, but I just do not feel comfortable increasing since we just increased it last year.
I can say that in the last year, in this current fiscal year, the water plant actually came up with a new way to process our sludge, which was a huge money sink for us. Okay. So the residuals that come out of the creek, we remove the good water and leave everything else in our basins. Well, those residuals have to be dealt with into a landfill. We cannot release them back into the environment because we've chemically separated them from the water stream. That usually got attuned to about $120,000 a year. It's not a small expense. Through incorporating a new technology, which is known as a geotube, we are able to extract the water from those residuals to get a solid product at the end date and reduce that expense to somewhere around $60,000 to $65,000 now. So there are constantly little projects like that we're trying to do. Not all of them are as successful. I will say
means a
that.
lot, and those things mean a lot for us to
Yes.
hear. So thank you for sharing that. Thank you.
We've actually had a huge amount of industry interest in that. There's a lot of people that come and visit our water plant because of that project and its success so far.
And Mr. Austin, you said that it used to be 120,000 and you all almost reduced it to like almost half, 65?
Yes, we haven't fully realized it because we're still paying off some of the initial equipment costs,
Okay.
but I do expect that it will be at least a 50%.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Is there?
Mr. Austin, I do appreciate your research and your work, but due to the increase that we had last year, I'm not in support of increasing the rates again this year. I think that we need to maybe go back to the drawing board and take a look at some things. And I do, after looking over some of the budget that has been presented, I would prefer to not raise the water rates this year. I think we need to come up with some other ways to cut back on the spending for the town. But right now, there are seniors who are struggling, and there are other people that are struggling in the community as well. There are people who go to work every day and they're trying to make ends meet for their families. So I'm not in support of raising a water rate or a sewer rate at this time.
Thank you.
Any other questions that I can answer?
You've been helpful.
All right, thank you. I will go and make sure my house is still standing.
I was going to say, go home and
Go home.
make sure you can find your children.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank you.
Austin.
Okay, so we are going to go back to item B, which was the first one on the list to begin with, discussion regarding the need for a new fire truck. So, Chief, if you,
Good afternoon. Thank you all for giving me a few minutes. We're at a point where we're going to have to start getting serious about replacing our what we call engine 6.2. It's a 2008 Pierce Custom engine. It was purchased in 2009. It was actually purchased used. It was a NASCAR truck when it was purchased. It now has over 42,000 miles and over 4,200 hours of use on it. One of the just a little bit too about our fleet. That's just one out of the 5 fire apparatus we have, and then of course we have 3 ambulances. But this truck, we've started having several issues with it. In the last 2 years, we spent over $56,000 in repair costs on this truck, and it's continuing to have issues. Part of it, we've had reoccurring problems with air conditions. I noticed last year I was looking at the truck and I noticed it had this lean, and I was like, well, it came from NASCAR. I guess they didn't put a wedge back in when they did it, so it was starting to lean. So we had to put some new springs and other things underneath it. The engine turbo, the diesel turbo went out. That was a major cost for us this past year, and we continue to have electrical reoccurring costs with electrical. Today, it's running today, but I was told we're having a brake issue with it that I hope I can get that fixed locally. Several of the things we normally have to send it to Roanoke to our repair shop up there. It does Pierce work, and sometimes we send it to or they come to us, a place in Bristol we use quite a bit of called Alpha Omega. They're also emergency vehicle certified technicians, and they do a lot of work for us as well. As far as replacement, the reason I'm talking to y'all about this now is anything, if you said, Chief Slump, go order a truck today, we're anywhere from 30 to 48 months to get a truck. I can build a fire station quicker than I can get a fire truck built in most cases right now. We've been talking with, I'd reached out to 5 different manufacturers, and I've had 2 of them respond back to me. We've actually sat down. We've been looking at also doing if we purchase through one of the cooperative contracts, which such as Sourcewell or HGAC, those are already pre-bid contracts that we can use, and we can save money by doing that. And then right now we're anywhere between 1.2 and 1.3 million on a replacement. Financing is available. What we're asking, and the reason I'm coming to you, is make sure that you guys have no objection to us trying to move forward a little bit further with this. We've had a couple of different designs, overall designs, but I'm down to the nitty gritty of where we're going to have to really sit down with one of the manufacturers and say, okay, in this compartment we want 3 shelves. In this compartment we want 2 shelves. In this compartment we want this type of electrical work. So we're down to the real specifics before I come back to y'all with a final, here we are, this is what we recommend, and moving forward and being able to go ahead and do a purchase. You do not have to have money on the purchase of that. If we did it today, there's no money down. There's no requirement for that. We'd be looking at when the truck is delivered, is when we would be paying for that truck. And like I say, that's anywhere from, depending on the manufacturer, 30 to 48 months right now on most of them, most cases. So just kind of want to bring y'all into where we are and what we're looking at and why we're having to do this. Most trucks we would replace at a 20-year mark anyway, fire apparatus-wise, and by the time it gets here, we're going to be right up against that 20-year mark anyway. So I'm trying to avoid putting much more money into the other one if I can at all help it, but I don't know if I'm going to be able to do that. I'm trying my best not to, but it seems to be eating us alive over there every day. So just get your all's feel for this, see if you have any questions. If you're good with us continuing to move forward before we come back, I'd hope to be back sometime in the May, 1st of June with more specific.
Okay, let me just go
Yeah,
ahead.
sure, go ahead.
If you don't mind. So my first question is, why are we not looking at a used truck in the $600,000 range? Just asking, considering that the one that we have now was purchased used. It's a $1.3 million purchase when there's been some conversation about a new fire station, a new police station, which would give you a new. So we haven't decided anything, but my first question, why not a good year?
I'm not opposed to that whatsoever. And we have looked at a couple of those. There's a couple of dealers out there that specialize in used equipment. The county did that. The only problems with that, number one is we bought used and we've had issues. So that's part of me. I'm just like, do we want to do that again? So it is a very feasible potentially to do that. But the other thing is, if we see a used truck, I pretty much got to have, I guess, for lack of a better way to put it, I need to jump on those immediately because the good ones get gone pretty quick. We've even looked at about a demo. Our other engine, our main engine, engine 6, that was purchased as a demo. And that's all well and good. And I've talked to the manufacturers about a demo, if they had demos. They don't know from day to day. They get a list every month of here's the demos that are available. So those get gone very quickly. So it's one of those things, if we wanted to do a demo, yeah, we could save some money and that would be wonderful, but we got to move fast on it. That's the only thing.
Demo roughly, by chance?
No, ma'am, it honestly is going to depend.
No, I was just wondering.
Yeah, we could save some money. I've purchased a demo ambulance before and saved about 10% doing that. But again, you don't know what will be available, and we have to move quick on it. But to use one, that is absolutely something, our tanker is going to be needing replaced. It's well past 20 years, but we're able to keep that pretty good shape, and we don't use it as often. And that would be where I would definitely say, hey, I think we could buy a used one when it comes time, for certain.
Okay, so
but this
my next
one,
question is, nothing to interrupt you, I'm sorry.
Sure, that's okay.
My next question is, are you factoring in reselling the current truck, since we put $56,000, it should be in tip-top shape? What is its current value? Do you know?
That is a good question. I would have to get some manufacturers to look at that and price it for me.
To have it sold, or would it be given to another fire station, which I think we did? Didn't we?
We sold one to the tunnel, did we?
Yes.
Something, I don't, but.
Prior to me, you did do that,
Yeah, you
yes.
did.
And that's certainly something we would do. We'd want to do that.
Even going to another department. Does that make sense?
Yes, absolutely, and I've done that many times.
So is that, just want to see where all that would land.
I can get you that. Keep in mind, I don't know what that resale value would be in, if we order new, that 30 months from now. But I could get some ideas. That could be easily done.
Would you want to keep that truck?
We could if I had a place to put it. That's going to be my other problem is where do I put it? So that's that. Those older trucks like that are great to keep for training. You can keep everything on them, use them for training every day. But having a place to put it's always an issue for us right now. But that would be great.
What
So-
type of warranty is with a new truck?
It depends on the manufacturer, anywhere usually 3 to 5 years, depends on who we go with.
Not
There's-
that long, really.
It's not huge. I mean, well, and wait a minute, let me back that up. Different parts of the truck may have different warranties also. So you may get a warranty on the engine, you may have a warranty on the chassis, and a warranty on the pump.
But just
And they
three
are
to,
subject to initial inspection and acceptance.
Correct.
Unlike a car like you would buy at a car lot. The chief and whoever he chooses will go over it and identify any flaws with the truck because there'll be specialized equipment on it, Atkins. So there's another layer of acceptance of the product as opposed to you just buying a car.
The last time I bought last truck I was involved in, I think we made 3 trips to the manufacturer at certain times to see how it was going, make sure everything was where it was supposed to be, how it was supposed to be. I worked in a department once. We were sent a group to do the final inspections, and we found out there was problems with the pump, so we wouldn't accept the trucks until that was all corrected and made right. So you're right, there are checks and balances as you go, and it's usually at least 2 to 3 trips to that manufacturer
well, no,
to
I'm
review
just
that.
shocked because, I mean, my car still has a little warranty and it's old. So I'm thinking something that expensive would be like,
Again, it goes back to the manufacturers, and some of them offer a little more. It just depends on on average, who we go with.
sorry, let me pick my chin up.
And we've been looking. I'll tell you, we've been looking at. We've a couple of the manufacturers didn't even respond to me. Emailed them, tried to get them 2 or 3 times. Really wanted to talk to them, didn't get any response. And we've been dealing with 2 manufacturers that are trucks we currently already operate. Pierce is one of them, and they have a full service center in Roanoke. That's the other thing. Whoever we buy from, we'd really like to have a full service center within 2 hours of here. And then the other one is Sutphen, which we operate Sutphen as well. We have a ladder truck with Sutphen that we have few issues out of, and they have a service center within 2 hours as well. So that's we've got history with both those, and we're pretty satisfied with their products and their trucks. So, but we can look at the used. I never know what we're going to get from day to day.
I have an appetite personally for this, sir. Sorry, at the moment with major infrastructure items in our current budget with water and sewer things that we can't control, but just would love to support you on it. Just would love to see something in the more $700,000 range. One person speaking just feels like I could swallow that a little bit easier. If that's possible, and I don't know what a used fire truck costs, so I'm just tossing out a number.
No, we could get easily, and we could probably do better than that with used if I'm
Question
betting.
is, Would that, because we're a small town, I just can't, me personally, the one point, it's just nice to dream about that, and I wish I could give it to you personally, but we just have a lot of really big infrastructure things in the budget this year.
So, yeah, I don't mean to interrupt, but I want to get that question answered. The budget, this budget year will not be affected, correct?
No, ma'am,
So
not
it'll
right
be that we don't, even if we say, okay, go ahead, and you go in and put in a request, you're saying we have 1 or 2 years before maybe we're at
Well,
the point where we can say, sorry, we don't want it, or how?
Oh, no. Keep in mind, if we want new, every day we wait, it's that day plus at least 30 months, most likely, if not a little more.
The question is, when you order it, you have to commit to purchasing it.
Yes, you're
That's
committing
the
to purchase it,
question. I think
but
they want you to
yes,
explain that to you.
you would have to commit to purchasing it, but we don't pay anything until it's ready for us to pick up. So you're looking at two
You're
more
signing a
budget cycles at
contract.
So the
least.
council after us would still be committed to that contract.
You're signing a
Correct.
That's what I'm trying
contract,
to
and
get
it
to.
has,
We're not gonna be
those contracts have penalty clauses.
Correct.
If you try to withdraw, and the penalty
Correct.
clauses are
Yeah.
significant.
That is correct.
The reason I know is Princeton bought 3 new ones here a while back and from Pierce, and so I'm familiar with this
Thank you.
process.
Yeah, and they're 48 months, period. They've already told me that. If we buy Pierce, it's 48 months,
And the
period.
reason some of the manufacturers are getting back is they're even backlogged even more. There is a significant back.
It does give any town or municipality the option to start getting their money, like in this budget, we would, put so much towards that, even though we're not spending it and whatnot.
That is correct. So, but if you want to go with, like I say, I can get you some examples of what's out there now used.
Do you need a truck now?
No. Well, I'm trying to get us through another 2 to 3 years before we have to pay anything.
Right. So,
My concern is if we get new, is that window before we get a new truck. But I can give you some. I know the county, as an example, bought 4 or 5 used trucks this past year. I don't know how well it went as far as if they had issues or not with some of them, but I do know they did that.
but if you look at a $1 million truck, $54,000 in maintenance for a couple of years might sound extreme, but it's a fire truck. It's not just any
Correct.
type of trucks. I think that's probably pretty reasonable. Personally, I don't think that's extreme considering what it is. Thank you for answering my questions. I appreciate it.
I do have a question, Chief Sling.
Sure.
If you financed it, will they also do financing
Yes.
on a used truck as well?
That I would have to ask. That's going to be who we go
Okay,
with.
no,
I'd have
that's
to
fine.
ask
If
somebody,
you
yeah.
could check with that as well, and then also see how many years they'll finance, maybe.
That I can get you easily.
Okay, sure.
And we talked about that. And one of the things to think about is, and I'm not a finance guru, but would we want to finance with that manufacturer, or would we want to go over here and maybe talk like the USDA or somebody like that we might get a better rate with? So that's something we could discuss, and
You
I'd
could
be
look
talk
at
with
those.
finance,
It'd be
right?
Great, thank you. See, if, either or, a used
But
or.
if we decide, hey, we want to go with used, I still think we could put that off probably another year or two and try to get through this. I'm just at a point though, if we're going to get new, we're going to have to make that decision in the next 4 or 5 months.
Ms. Johnson? Hi, you haven't said much. Hi, just
Hey, Chief Slip, I hope you're doing well. Did you mention something about the mileage, am I correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, was it 42,000?
It's 42,000 miles, and it's, hold on, let me back up to that screen for you.
Okay, so if you purchase a used truck, are you not gonna run into the same issue with the mileage?
Yes, ma'am, and it's not so much always the mileage as it is the hours. Because think about, like the other night, we were at a fire, and we ran 2 engines, 2 pumps for over 5 hours. So it's not so much how many miles you got, it's that engine sitting there. And when you're in pump gear, you're in high idle the whole time. So, to think about it's the hours. So that is something, yes, to consider. So, like I say, I'm not opposed to the used if we could find a good one. Then that's the, and sometimes you can, but sometimes you're also getting something that everybody else is just, they've used it and it's got a ton of hours or a lot of miles. So those are just things we need to consider. So, but again, I could get you some examples. I can send you that. There's a company called Brimley Mountain. They're out of Alabama, and that's all they specialize in is mostly used equipment.
So we could potentially run into, if we purchase a used one, can we potentially run into trouble with the hours on it and have to get rid of it sooner than what we would expect?
That is, oh yes, ma'am, that's very much a possibility. I think the trade-off is, though, you're spending less money.
Well, you would
and
not
getting them
buy
running.
a truck that has an excessive number of
No,
hours
that
on
would,
it.
we'd want
You would
to
choose
work
a
around
truck
that.
that has a reasonable amount of hours, so it would probably be another 10 years. Like, you don't know the number of hours when you got this truck, because you weren't here.
No, sir, I do
Right,
not.
so
No,
it's hard
sir.
to say what it would
Well, I'm aware of
be. It's just
how
one.
he would make the purchase as far as the number of hours is concerned, but my concern is, once we purchase that, with the number of hours on it, depending on whatever he gets, eventually, down the road, you're gonna run into the same problem of having to get rid of it. So I'm just trying to do a comparison of, and think of which way is the wisest way to make a purchase if we have to make a purchase. So I'm well aware of him not going out and purchasing one with a lot of hours on it. I'm aware of that. But my question is, when you purchase it with the number of hours, how long is it going to last? How many hours are we going to put on it? Nobody can make that real determination. Yes, you can buy one with some hours on it, but we don't know how many hours we're going to put on it. Am I correct, Chief Smith, or am I wrong?
No, you're very correct. Yes, ma'am.
So, but depending on the number of hours that we put on it, it could potentially put us in a situation where we have to make another purchase sooner than what we expected.
Yes, ma'am, that's very possible.
Thank you.
How about I do this? Just so you can have an idea for now, I can go back, I can research some things that are out there that I do know where I can find used equipment to give you an idea of what would be available today as an example, just so you can see. I can also find out and get an idea of what our truck would be valued at a trade or a sale. I can give you that as well if you want. But just keep in mind it'd be for today. But I would give you some idea to look at for the future, if that makes sense to you.
I like the idea on the trade, to get a price for us on
Sure.
that would be good.
And I'm not sure they'll take trades. I don't know of them doing that,
Well, no,
but I do know we could sell it outright.
I'm sorry, yeah, I don't mean trade, I meant like sell it outright,
Right.
yeah.
I could give you an idea of what it would be today. So, and I could give you an idea of, hey, here are things that are out there available today if we were to buy used, just so y'all could see, if that makes sense.
Some other research you might want to do is what loans are available, FDA or USDA, those kind, and also what grants are available, if there are any. I seriously doubt there are many, but
There's one grant out there. There's one federal. We don't know how long that'll last, but there is a federal grant out there that the aid to assistance to firefighters. Excuse me, AFG, and we've applied for air packs with that grant this year. But last year they only funded 12 fire trucks for the entire country, and those were folks that were really, really bad off, poor off, had no income, those type things. So that has gotten harder and harder to get those fire truck grants. So, but the loans, USDA is the one that came to my mind, and of course, what was the other one you said? You gave me another one.
rural development.
Rural development.
The
Right.
same agency.
So, and we will check that. Again, I don't know what 3 years is this going to look like when it comes time to. I don't know if they would approve something now to be able to borrow then, so we could lock something in. That I don't know about. That's something I'd have to work with Angela about.
Harry Connick Jr., when he came a couple of years ago, maybe ask him if he wanted to come and do a concert or donate a little bit. You never know.
We could try that. But trust me, if there's a grant that comes along, we pretty much chase every grant we can chase.
No.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Any
I
other
will-
questions for Chief?
I will send you some examples of stuff. I'll get you probably a couple of days. I can get you some things
Thank you very
and
much.
send that to you.
Appreciate it.
I want to make sure council doesn't have any other questions or concerns.
I'll let y'all look at that, and then I'm assuming we'll want to come back and decide, hey, do we want to keep moving forward with this or maybe go a different route after y'all do that? Does that make sense? Okay, we can do that.
Thank you.
Thank you all very much. I appreciate it.
Have a good
All right,
night.
have a good evening.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am, thank you.
All right, so next on our agenda is presentation by Representative Downtown Wytheville Incorporated regarding a downtown investment grant for the rewrite of the comprehensive plan. Charlie, you're on.
Yeah, I'm on. So I believe that you've talked a little bit about this. We've talked a little bit with each of you on your own. But we wanted to kind of give an overview of what's going on to the entire council and kind of get it on the record so everybody knows what's going on. As you all probably do know, the town of Wytheville is overdue for their comprehensive plan rewrite, which is a state mandated and necessary thing that we need to do that is a high level overview of kind of the vision that you all and the citizens of Wytheville and the different departments want to see Wytheville look like within the next, say, 10 or so years, and then backing out what needs to happen from that. Now, you're probably asking, how are we involved in this? So, as you all probably do know, last year was our 10-year anniversary as an accredited organization. With that came a lot of kind of looking backwards with our board of directors and staff. And we were already looking with Virginia Main Street and our board at a specific downtown Wytheville plan for the next 10 years. And we were exploring some different grant possibilities on that. And as we were looking at that, it came to our attention through the assistant town manager and the planning commission that they also are looking at a major planning process. So the natural next step was, with a town our size and looking at how big the downtown district is that we would be looking at, that makes up a pretty significant chunk of the town of Wytheville. If you did a comprehensive plan, it would be very difficult not to talk a lot about downtown Wytheville, even if you were just talking about it kind of obliquely from like, we're talking about this neighborhood, and at some point it will relate how it talks to the center of town. So within that, we began looking at ways to potentially partner to help offset some of the costs. Every year, the primary grant that Virginia Main Street offers, the kind of main prize we get for all the hoops we have to jump through to stay accredited, is the Downtown Investment Grant, which we've used for many different projects over the past 10 years. It is now up to $75,000, the max we can apply for. It is a 1-to-1 match if we do get awarded. The application is, I believe, like next week or the week after, so we've been working pretty diligently to get the narrative right on that. But our board of directors was very interested in working on this. We presented this to the planning commission because all the comprehensive planning process kind of has to start with them officially. They also were interested in working on this. Realistically, we will apply within the next couple of weeks with your all's kind of blessing, and we will hopefully hear something this summer. And if we get awarded, that is fantastic. And from that point, we'll begin working on kind of what that actually means. We'll work on RFP for who is going to do this and what the cost is going to look like, but we really won't know whether we got the grant until this summer. So the biggest thing is what the purpose of this really is. And I think we've tried to drive that point home with each of you and show you some examples from some communities we've seen that we work with frequently who do this really well. The biggest thing is kind of resetting the dynamic with the citizens here. Mr. Austin talked earlier about how successful having a public input session is. The way that a lot of these communities that we've seen that have done this really well in the past couple of years, which is more of a change in philosophy, is they're kind of leading with that public input in really creative ways. And if you go to the citizens and you involve them in many different ways, digital, in person, where they're in surveys in their neighborhoods, and you involve them on the front end, you can kind of change the dynamic between the citizens and the public and get a, hopefully when the plan is done, a plan that the community as a whole has a sense of ownership of, and we can all kind of rally around, and we can kind of figure out how we're going to fund these things spread out over the course of 10 years and how we're going to do them in set order. This would be a huge project going on. We have to do it, or the town does. So it is kind of just common sense that the town would have to do it. We would probably definitely be involved significantly in the downtown piece of that no matter what. But we have the possibility to help significantly offset most of the cost of it, which is always a good thing. So here to answer any questions you possibly have or any comments on it.
did go by and see your presentation. You all did a great job, or you did a great job. I think Mr. Wolford, he was tied up a little bit, but thank you. He was there for, great job on the presentation.
We're hoping for a very,
For coming and
oh,
doing the
sorry.
presentation. I greatly appreciate it. I appreciated the presentation that I saw prior to this. You all did an amazing job, and I look forward to moving forward and hearing great ideas from our community. And you all do a great job. Thank you.
Oh, well, thank you. We're really hoping that this would overall, from the time we say go and start working on an RFP, and Elaine can probably correct me on that, it's going to be a year-plus process on this. But that's a good thing. We want to hear from a lot of people, and the ultimate goal is to have a document at the end of the day that is highly digestible, highly visual for the average member of the public that could pick it up, the average person who might want to invest in the town of Wytheville, any new town council member that might come on in the next 10 years, any new town manager or staff that might come on in the next 10 years could easily pick up a document and understand what the overall direction the citizens want the town to be going in and what projects are going on. It's really a good project for bringing citizens together and having a continuity plan for the next 10 years. So, anything else?
I will just ditto what everybody else has said. The presentation was very, very encouraging and just heartfelt for our citizens. And I can't wait that to the point where they get to see that video as well.
Yeah. Anything else?
Thanks, sir. Appreciate
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
Thank you, Charlie. We need to vote, have a vote to include them to, or not? Give them the real go-ahead?
I think that's fine. I don't think you're committing to anything but them making the application. Am I wrong in that?
Because we were going to do the resolution too, right?
Well, there's a letter of commitment
Okay,
already.
okay.
remember?
Yes.
Up to $75,000.
Yeah, I believe the only thing that we need is approval from you all to attach a letter of commitment to our, which is right here, to our application within the next week and a half that would just tell the state that the town does support this application, and if we are awarded, we'll have that conversation. The way Virginia Main Street tends to work is once a grant's awarded, there's kind of a little bit of contract negotiation back and forth on what the deliverables and all that are. So,
Can I see the letter just real quick?
yes.
I like your hair too.
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Jones.
Okay, so I don't think we need to do a vote, correct? Because we did the letter.
You voted on it.
Yes.
Vote on the letter, don't we?
We've already prepared the letter. You did that at the last meeting.
Okay, thank you.
All right.
So, but one thing we probably would want to discuss, if not now, but at some point, is that I don't think there's any funding in the current budget towards the comprehensive plan, correct?
I saw a line item, didn't I?
Right now, it does not appear that you have any
Did I see something?
monies going towards the comprehensive plan. And not that you have to decide that tonight, but I just want to make sure that that's on the table so that everybody knows that.
So, question, consulting, if we put $25,000 in here, we get the grant, just have extra 25, are we matching, are we trying, is 75,000 going to be enough, Mr. Jones, to do the comprehensive plan?
It says up to.
Yeah.
I think we're responsible for up to,
Yeah.
because you all might just get a grant right for 50,000, then we would,
Right.
Yes.
right, that's what we. I think.
Ultimately, it's a one-to-one match that we would have to show. Now, in the end, in terms of showing, for our purposes for the grant, if we were awarded, we can show a lot of different things. If there was additional granting or funding, we could show that. They do allow us to count a certain amount of in-kind So staff time spent on this and so on. But in terms of budgeting purposes, for your all's sake, I mean, that's how you all want to decide to do that. But it might be better to kind of assume the worst in terms of the most you would want to spend on it. And if you came in under that, that'd be better. But I don't know, that probably would be a preferable situation to getting awarded after the July 1 budget year turns over, and then doing a pretty major budget amendment if you wanted to spend more. Yeah.
Ms. Olton, how much longer do we need?
All right.
Sorry, Charlie.
Yes.
So many of you saw, I think, the Harrisonburg example that Charlie perhaps shown you. Is that what you showed them?
Yeah, amongst some others.
Right.
And
so-
Galax.
Yes.
Yeah, there's two different ways to do comprehensive planning. One, you can use entirely your own staff, but you're not going to get the graphics, the Harrisonburg, the city of Galax. I mean, I'm just going to be honest with you. We'll try to do a good job for you, but if you really want a top-notch comprehensive plan, you're going to want to pay a third-party consultant to help us with that. The other benefit of having the third-party consultant is that for a lot of times with the public input piece, having that third party come in and really be a facilitator for those conversations takes the bias of the staff out of that. Because as you know, everybody in this room comes with their own internal biases about the vision that we want to see for the town. And as much as you try to remove yourself from that, when it's staff-led, that does creep into the project. It's just a reality. So to answer your question, if I were to put in a budget number in our current budget, I would probably put $150,000 in there. I don't think that we would be able to attract a good consultant for less than 100, but that's Elaine speaking. And so, but anything would be welcome, and we could see after we did the request for proposals and those came back, what those dollars say. So those are your options.
And keep in mind, that does not include the money that we would be bringing if we were awarded. So,
So, something to think about, I guess. If we're gonna do a comp plan, we need to fund it somehow.
Mhm.
Even if we put something in there as a good faith gesture that our intent is to do a comp plan. I don't know how much, but I would like to do something for sure. If it's agreeable to that. That's whatever. Maybe we come back to that, but
1,000, 50,000, I mean, as you said, just something to
make a
know that
gesture.
we're,
I mean, we're agnostic on that point about, I mean, that's your all's budget. That's how you want to do it. And you are in the middle of your budget process. So it definitely doesn't need to be decided tonight or anything like that. But we do appreciate the letter of support, and hopefully we'll get it.
Thank you
you're
very much,
welcome.
Charlie.
Thank you,
Appreciate it.
Charlie.
Thank you.
All right, so next on the agenda is our discussion regarding the health insurance plans and the employer-employee premium ratio.
Thank you.
We need a wheelbarrow to take all these papers home.
I know, right? Vice Mayor Johnson, were you able to print off the sheet? I sent some updated information. Were you able to look at that?
No, ma'am. From what I can see, the information that I'm getting comes from
Yeah, thank you.
Yes,
thank you.
Comes from where?
It comes from Windmill, and I cannot open it or download it,
Okay.
and I don't see, I'm not able to open that.
Okay, I apologize. I actually pulled it back up and downloaded it into Excel sheet and tried to resend it. So I don't know what happened with why that's coming from a weird email.
I'm not seeing anything. It just says windmill.dat. And let's see. Okay, it'll show me more, but I'm not.
No attachments or,
That is the attachment.
oh,
The attachment says windmill data. And it doesn't, I'm not able to open that.
is that the one that I sent this afternoon? Because there were 3 attachments in it. I sent one later this afternoon. Have you seen it?
Did you send them in Word format or did you send them in PDF?
Excel. They should have been like an Excel file.
I do not have those.
Okay.
Would it be okay if I took a picture and sent it to her, or would that not be okay? Is that okay, Vice Mayor, if I take a picture of this sheet and send it to you in a text?
There's actually 4 sheets, so, but we can do it one at a time.
Okay.
Okay. All right, she's going to send you a copy of the first one. So what I kind of did, I'll just go ahead and start telling you, is I talked with the girls in my department, and they had talked about a few things that had kind of been brought up last week as far as some insurance questions. So I just kind of piggyback off of what they were talking about and tried to put together some numbers for you guys. Just let me know when you're ready, Vice Mayor Johnson, and I'll start.
So Jeff, do you have any reason why she didn't get it? Jeff, do you have any reason why she didn't?
Yeah.
Okay.
I may have you come look at my information just to see what the issue is with it. Because I even copied off of a sheet into another Excel and tried resaving it. And
You need to talk into the mic if,
I
if we're talking to him.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry. I was just saying, I tried to do it into a blank Excel sheet and resave it and everything, so.
Are they coming in?
Yeah, I just have one right now.
Okay.
Okay.
So we're going to go ahead and talk
Okay.
with that one.
All right. So the first one is just basically what our insurance rates are currently and what they're going to be for 25-26. And what I did was, if you'll notice out to the right, I did a breakdown of what actually is the town's percentage that we pay towards each plan. And I started with a 250 comprehensive plan, employee plus one, and family. So if you'll notice out to the right, it'll have the percentage the town actually pays towards that. The 92.7% that most people think is what is paid toward the individual plan it's actually a weighted average. It is the 106.4 for an employee only, plus the 948 for the employee only of the comprehensive 500 plan. Those two numbers added together and then divided by 2 is a blended average rate of $1,006. I don't know if that was done because they felt like these two plans were going to be the most used plans, so they just blended them together. And then the 92.7% of that is the $932.56, if you see at the very bottom. And that's what is the town's share that is paid toward all the plans. That's paid toward every plan. Then, of course, once you get to the employee plus one, there's an additional $350. Family, there's an additional $350. And so I just went all the way down each plan and did the town percentage actual amount paid. Yes, ma'am? Oh, I thought, Ms. Johnson, were you going to say something?
Yeah, well, no, I wasn't, but I will.
Okay.
I do have a question.
Okay.
Out to the side to make sure that I'm following you and understanding you right.
Mm-hmm.
Where you have the actual amounts, the town percentages.
Yes.
So for the employee plus one and the family plans, the actual percentage that the town pays, is it 65, 10%, and 44.63%? Am I understanding that?
That is correct. Yes.
Okay, okay, all right. I just wanted to make sure that I was on the right page. with
Yes,
that.
ma'am, you are. And if you'll notice down when you get to the other coverages at the bottom, when you get to like the 928 for comprehensive or the preventive dental, then it's paid 100% because that 932 actually covers that premium of 928. So there are a few, once you get to the bottom, that it is covered 100% because those premiums go down. And the town's contribution stays the same constantly all the way through. This is so hard to, it's hard to explain. Okay, yes, sir.
So, just going back in time. It seems like I remember when I started the first time, the town was paying in 92%. And just something that rings a bell. Does this percentage how did this percentage, I'm just asking how we got from 92 to 87.
Well,
I'm
then,
looking at
okay.
the 250, the very first plan, just as a example.
Okay.
Does that make any sense?
It does, and that's, if you'll look down at that very bottom part,
I see.
where it says the 106, the employee rate of 1,064 for the 250 comprehensive plan and the 948 for the 500 comprehensive plan are added together, and then they're divided by 2. And that's where that $1,006 comes from. And then that is multiplied by that 92.7% to come up with the $932.56.
Thank you. That's easy to see now, once you see it.
Yeah, it's the two,
It just took a second.
the two.
Are combined. The two most popular were
two most
combined.
popular plans.
Yes.
Yes, I remember that.
You do remember that? Well, I am glad because I wasn't here, so I was like, that was just my guesstimate of why it was done that way. Okay.
No, I'm going to ask a question, I'm sorry.
No, you ask all you want because I want you guys to understand this.
Well, okay, so down here, I know it says a blended rate of 92.7, but actually up here, we're actually technically are not paying the 92, it's like 87.65.
Yeah, it's 92.7% of those two plans added together.
I don't like that because if we, this is just my opinion, but if we are saying we're paying 92% of a town employee's insurance, I think we need to pay that, not just an average. And I could be wrong, Mr. Hand, I could be.
Well, I think you're on something. My question is that if you look at the first category that shows the 87, and I'm looking over here to the far right, okay, where it shows the 87, then you come down the next category, it's 89. Next category is 98. So I understand what you're saying. As long as the employee is getting the 92,
Right.
then the family maybe is a different rate. Is that how that's breaking down? Is that why it looks like it's a different percentage?
It looks like it's a different percentage because as it goes down, like for the 1,064, and if we're paying the town share of 932.56, we are only paying 87.65 for that one. Now, when that rate goes down in the next plan of 1,000, oh, yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I'm sorry, but after looking at it, I think in a previous meeting, we had looked at the percentages, and I noticed then that we were not paying the full amount, I guess.
The 92.
Paying less on the employee plus one and the family rates, that we were paying way less than other localities. Also, if we're not paying the full 92%, I would like to make sure that we get this right. It is concerning because if we're not paying what we say that we're supposed to be paying, then that affects our employees, and we potentially lose employees because of the insurance prices. So I would like to, I don't know how we can fix it, but I would like to, have further discussion on where we can sit down and go through these, critique them, and fix them to where they're supposed to be. But I also would like to see the percentages come up on the family plan and the employee plus one plan.
Okay. I actually, on one of the next two sheets, I'm looking at two different scenarios. One is dollar amount increases and one's percentages. So I'm going to go over that with you and see what you think about those.
Okay. Okay, thank
Thank you.
You're welcome. Yes.
And
yes.
actually, I would
Okay.
like to see that too, because to me, that's not really being true. If we're paying a blended rate, I would like to see that
Okay.
brought up as well.
Okay. And that's something we can definitely
talk
look at.
about
It
it.
was in place.
No,
I don't know.
right,
Yeah.
right.
There was nothing with you. Yeah.
Nothing
It's
with
just,
you,
I
right.
remember a 92% so
Yes.
vividly when I was serving before, so it just,
Yeah.
just kind of curious what happened.
Mm-hmm.
It looks like it's
Well, and
changing.
if you, by the way, just mathematically, okay, if you increased your health insurance and decreased your dental insurance coverage rates to the 92.7, they'll both come out at 92.7 the way it's calculated. You get me? Because you're paying 100% of dental. You get it? So it would.
So the blend.
Mathematically, it would
Okay.
clean up, but
Just
it's
wanna get-
confusing.
It's very, just, as long as it's fair, that's
And
fine. I think we
clean.
just want to know that it's
Clean,
right.
clean.
And you
That's
may
all.
want it to be just flat so it's straight.
No, yeah, I'd like
It
to
may
be flat
easier if
straight.
it's-
Because
but I don't
10
know
years
the
down the
answer, but it
road,
doesn't
somebody's gonna
seem-
say, why'd they do
Yeah.
that? And it's that, like, it'd be like, they
Something
did that, yeah.
changed. I don't
And
know what-
if I can just add one thing, when I sat in on the Budget and Finance Committee meetings, when we looked at all this together, what we kept landing on was just how expensive it was going to be for the town. Not to say that's right or wrong, good or bad, but the more you contribute to the plus one and the family plans, the more potential employees that you're going to have and within their own family dynamics come over to the town's plan. And so that's the other challenge, is it's an unknown variable, because you have to kind of plan for the worst case scenario that all 150 full-time employees may potentially decide to go to the plus one or the family. And so that also makes it hard to put your finger on an exact number of what that total cost to the town is going to be. And then I guess I would just add to bear in mind right now with the timing of us in the budget, and also with the renewal, which I think is due by May 15th.
May 1st through May 15th is open enrollment.
So even though the council may want to change it this year, the reality may be that we might have to study it for a while and prepare for next year to change it, because I don't know that we're going to have time to change it before the renewal. Would that be a fair thing to say?
I mean, if we passed something quickly and had it done before May 1st, we could possibly do it, but I would, yeah.
Less than 2 weeks.
That's
ago.
the reality.
Exactly.
And I hate-
We're running up on that
Right.
as well.
And I hate to be a buzzkill, but you know me, I'm always going to tell you things that I think you should know. So,
Well, and I don't mind that, but if someone's hired, I would hate for somebody to be told, hey, we pay your insurance at 92%. That's incorrect.
Right.
Depending on, I mean, if you look up here, that's incorrect. That's not clean or
Yeah,
clear.
based off the percentage, it does not look clean.
And we don't like that. I don't anyway.
is the blended rate something that Anthem does, or is that something the town did?
The town did.
Okay, so we can fix that.
Yeah,
if
we
get
can.
it.
Right,
Yeah,
that's
we
what-
can
yeah.
fix that. Yes,
Some of the
absolutely.
Problem, or maybe some, not problem, but maybe some of what changed was when they did the blended. I just don't remember anything about blended, but then I don't remember. I just remember it was 92.
Do you remember the blended? Were you in on any of the
That
discussion
was
about
like
blended?
that when I came to work here.
Okay, me too. So
Okay.
I did know that it was between the 250 and the 500, and the only thing I could think of was those were the most two popular plans, so they blended those together and did that 92.7 off the average.
I have a question, Laura, and you may not know, or Ms. Holton as well. This may be a stupid question. Can you change this rate in the middle of the year, what the town is paying, or can you only do that during open? Does it matter when the town decides what rate they're paying? Can you do that 6 months from now, or you have to do it during open enrollment for some reason? Do you know?
I know that, I mean, the premiums, of course, can't change, but what the town contributes could probably be changed. I would just have to get with Anthem. We have to fill out a form in April and put in the breakdown between the employee-employer percentages. And I've done that already. But, I mean, I can talk, I mean,
In 6
you
months,
can
if this
do
council says we wanna
amendments
change
to
it.
them. You can do amendments.
Okay.
Right,
So
but the plan starts on July 1.
Yes, it does. The new plan starts July 1. Yes, open enrollment is May 1st through the 15th.
yes. So say in October, council says, hey, we want to pay 100%. Could you do that in October, or do you have to wait till next July? think I'm just asking, can we buy some time, a couple of months
Right.
to figure this out? And then make another decision in October or once we get the answer?
I
Is that
think-
a fair request or?
I think the issue with Anthem is the employee has to pick the plan they
Yeah,
want
it's
to be in.
open enrollment is for them to decide what type of
Doesn't have
plan they
anything
want.
to do-
It doesn't have anything to do with the
split
town's
of how it's
contribution.
paid,
Mhm.
yeah.
So I think that is an option.
Okay.
Mhm.
I mean, what do you
Well,
guys?
the only thing that I would like clear, no matter which way we go, is, and I don't know how when people are hired, what they're told. I just don't want them told, I don't want them told that, hey, we're gonna pay your insurance at 92.7% if the town is, is only gonna pay 87. To me, that's false, and I don't like that. That's just not clean
And I
and
think-
not true.
Yeah, and I think the way you can clarify that is separating out that, right, currently
two.
the town pays 100% of dental and 80 whatever
Yep,
percentage of that, and that combined, that comes to the 92. And so that would be truthful.
Okay,
And-
if we broke it out.
Yeah,
However, on here it
break down
isn't.
more. I think she just wants more clarity. Because the combined 92% is correct, but it's combining the two,
Okay.
the dental and the health insurance.
Dental,
And
okay.
so I think Ms. Atkins is asking for it to be broken down. I can understand it.
Okay, I
You could
can-
explain it that way.
And the
Okay.
question is, if you don't have a dental,
I think all of ours have dental.
it just comes with it?
Mhm.
Thank you.
It's included.
Thank you.
Mhm.
But it doesn't cost them anything.
Oh,
Thank you
Mhm.
so much.
okay.
Thank you, Ms. Hildreth.
Okay. Oh, I've got more. Okay. The next sheet that you have is where I've actually looked at the town possibly contributing a little bit more in addition. And this was just based off of, I think, maybe you guys talked with some of the girls in HR last week and was talking about looking at some different numbers. So I did put together some, did anybody talk to them? I don't know where they, okay. Okay. Well, I did put together some different numbers if you want to look at them. And this is, so this sheet I put together and I went off our current rates of what we have as the premiums, and we're currently doing an additional $350 for the employee plus one in the family. So I did one based off of doing one at $450 for the additional town rate. I looked at one at $550 and one at $600. And so if you'll go across to the right, you'll see after those additions have been made what the employee share would be for the employee and the percentage that it would be paying. So like $450 for the employee only, that would be an employee share of $587.44, and the town percentage is 70%. And that's with the additional $450. And that's for the employee plus one. And then employee plus one at $550 additional town, that would put it at $487.44 per month. And that raises it to 75% the town's paying. And then at $600 additional town contribution, it would put the employee share at $437.44, and that's 77.8%. So I kind of ran that across the board for all of the plans.
And they would be okay to go ahead and accept it, I mean, if we decided or whatever, but they wouldn't have a problem doing more plans, coverage,
What do you mean?
the
Whipple?
insurance company?
The employees would have to enroll.
Yeah, they would have
All they have
to.
to do is enroll on a plan.
Right, but I mean, instead of just the options we have, they could also look at this.
Oh, yes. Right. Yeah, we do have all these options.
Okay.
When was the employee enrollment deadline again? Remind us.
May 15th is the deadline.
So they would have to enroll in the new plan by May 15th, Ms. Atkins, to answer your question, before they would let them do it.
Yes.
I think the question here is, if you contribute more to the plan, they may want to enroll in, say, a family plan versus a single plan. I think that's the question at hand here.
Right, and they'll have to do that by May 15th.
Right.
To
Correct.
in effect for the July 1st policy year.
And I am throwing these numbers out at you, but I do have a page in the back that also gives some amounts as how much it would raise, like the budget. I didn't like to say, oh, here's the numbers, and not have some backup as far as how much it would increase the annual budget. So, and Elaine had said, kind of look at every, a really bad scenario would be, well, good or bad, all 150 employees enrolled, but I did 50, and it's a pretty big chunk. But, so anyway, this sheet is the one that I did just a dollar amount across the board for all plans. So does it make sense to everyone what I did, and do you have any questions?
I do have one question. This may not make any sense.
It's okay.
But if we have 2 employees that are married, is there a way that we could look at, like, if, I'm not sure how to word this, but there might be better insurance coverage for the couple that's married? Not that we want to do any type of like favoritism, but I know that there was, I think, one issue that there were 2 people married and then they had a child. And one was like totally outrageous. I know that there were some concerns that they just, couldn't afford it.
Right. So you're saying do we have anything that addresses 2 married employees?
Yes, ma'am.
We don't currently. I mean, that is something that we can look at with Anthem. I've seen it at other places.
Is that a
No.
problem? Is that okay?
I
if she looks into
can
that?
check with them tomorrow on that and see if they offer any.
Just maybe a better rate.
Okay. Sure.
Thank
These
you.
are big numbers. Thank you.
They are big numbers.
Look at 'em. I mean, obviously, we want to do what we can, but it makes it real when you see it on paper, doesn't it?
They increase 5%. Ms. Heldreth, what's the average increase for your health insurance?
For
How much does your health insurance increase from year to year?
Well, this
this year, it didn't increase any at all. We were very fortunate.
No, average was, it was like 10% in we serve.
Sometimes,
9 to 10%.
sometimes the
Most
raise
localities
would
are
not
budgeting
even.
at least 5% for your health insurance increases. Just keep that in mind, that it's not a static number. So it'll be, when you're making your decisions, remember that there's probably going to be some increase.
And I will say, when, I started looking at all this insurance information, I had Anthem Direct quote directly to us, and not even, that was if we didn't even use TLC. That was 11% higher. And then I kept hearing all these people say, well, this town has it at this much, and this town has it at that much, and why is there so much cheaper? I started reaching out to these other localities.
And I know you and I had talked about that.
And
before.
basically, it was because the town they're getting basically the same rates we are. Their premiums are the same, but it's just the town's contributing a little bit more. That's the difference in their rates. I talked with Marion. I talked with Blacksburg. I talked with Pulaski. Let me see. I think it was Marion that pays a pretty high percentage, and their rates were a little bit lower than ours, but they got an increase this year, and we didn't. I think she said they got like a 6% increase overall, and we didn't get anything. So we were fortunate there. So I did talk to several other localities to see what's happening with them. So, yeah. So I did that with the overall, just adding, going from $350 to $450 for the town, to $550 for the town's portion, and to $600 for all these plans, just to see what that would make them look like. Then I also did the additional sheet, and I did a percentage, straight across the board. And I did the 92.7%, Ms. Atkins.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Hill.
Which would lower the individual rate from $131.44 to $77.67. So it does lower it some.
That's pretty significant for, can you say that again? Make sure I heard you say that right.
When I did the 92.7% for the individual, it does lower it from $131.44 a month to $77.67.
That's significant. So when you did that at 92%, you're saying now we're at the 87%? I understand. dental built in or not?
Dental's
'Cause I
still
think he's
built
right
in.
about how he's getting the 92.
He is.
I understand that. So my question, so that would still be, so, okay,
Mm-hmm.
I see where you're saying. So I'm still trying to figure out how we got from 92 to something different to start with. Or we're still at 92.
You are at 92.
You are at
It's just that,
But the math she said was just different. She said if we did the 92, this person's going to be getting us something different.
well, the way it was, it's the way it was calculated,
Mhm.
blending the rate and average.
Just trying
Yeah.
to figure out, okay.
And if
This
it's
is
not,
hard. This is hard for me.
if it's not blended and it's the straight 92.7, it does, the town does pay more.
Remember, if you're taking a percentage of a bigger piece, it's a bigger number.
So that's what changed.
So
What
remember,
changed
the
is
health
they-
insurance costs more than dental insurance.
Yeah.
You
Well,
would-
what happened is the change, you just said, what changed is they blended it because when I was on council, it wasn't blended.
Okay.
So that's what.
That's what happened.
The
That's what
last,
happened.
the last town manager called it a blended rate. I'll never forget it. That's what he called
But
it.
if you took
Mm-hmm.
that back, that's the problem is, I think.
And it's
Because
the-
it wasn't that way before. And it's an easy reversal because that's what it was. Am I remembering that right, Ms.
No,
Morgan?
it's always been the blended rate as long as I've been here.
Okay, my
And
mistake.
it's mentioned in the personnel policy several times as to how they get that for retiree insurance
Do
and
you
things like
remember it
that.
being the 92 and do you know?
Yes,
Or
but
do you know?
I've never been able to, till now, to figure out,
Where the 92.7
Yeah,
came from
right, yeah.
with the blended?
I
yeah.
understand.
But even though I understood the blended, I didn't realize, I'd forgotten about that.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
the
I understand. I'm sorry, I'm
representation
having such a
is,
hard time with
the
that.
representation is accurate,
bless them.
but it needs an asterisk. And I
It needs an
Yeah,
explanation.
yeah.
It does. I totally
We just
agree.
want to be clean.
Absolutely.
Okay, got it.
Mm-hmm.
So we're good then. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
So I did on each plan, I ran it at 70, or I ran it at 92.7 across for the employee only. But then I did a 70% and a 75% and an 80% for each plan for the employee plus one and family. So like if you look at the family employee plus one, currently they're paying $687.44. If the town paid 70%, they would pay $591. If the town paid 75%, it'd be $592.50. And if the town paid 80%, it'd be $394. That's employee plus one. And then family, if they did 70%, it would be $862.20, and that's compared to like $1591.44 that the employee currently pays. If they paid 75%, the employee would pay $718.50, and if the employee paid 80%, or employer, the employee would pay $574.80, and that's on our most expensive plan, which is the $250. And I did the same percentages all the way down for every plan. Now, if you notice there's some that are blank, that's because once they got to that certain percentage, it covered it totally. And they wouldn't have to pay anything. So like, yes,
I want.
yes. So like an employee plus one for the 500 comprehensive, once the town pays 70%, oh no, wait a minute. That one's should not be blank. I think I filled that one in and I didn't reprint it. Don't look at that one. I think they do have to pay an amount on that one. It was like $450 something. But then when you do get to the 500 preventive dental, then it was like low. They were paying $434.44 currently. By the time the town paid 70%, it was more than that, $434.44. So they would not pay anything at 70%. Oh my goodness! No, that one's not correct either. It looks like I've got 2 rows missing.
We're not voting on it.
Yeah.
Okay, we'll let you
Okay.
fix it, but we won't
All
vote
right.
on it tonight.
Okay, that's fine. Yeah, there should be something in those 70% on the comprehensive for the 500 and preventive for 500. So I did that all the way across on those. I did the percentages on each plan at 70, 75, and 80, just to see what the premiums would look like being lowered. But then because I did do all these numbers, I did a final sheet, which is that last sheet. Currently, the town has 2 under the family plan. We have 14 under the employee plus 1, and we have 152 under the individual plan. So we are paying right now 350 additional amounts towards these plans. So for 16 participants that we have right now, that's an addition of $5,600 per month for a current yearly total of $67,200. That's what we are currently paying right now. If we add $100 and we do $450, or if we add $200 and we do $550, and if we add another $250, we do $260. Then down there, I figured it on just the 16 participants we have now, just to add $100 each month and make it $450 instead of $350. That's an additional monthly increase of $1,600, or a yearly increase of $19,200. If we added $200 for those 16 employees, it's a monthly increase of $3,200, or a yearly increase of $38,400. And that's in addition to the $67,200. Then if we added $250 for those 16, that's $4,000 a month, or a yearly increase of $48,000. And just to kind of put it in a little bit more of a perspective, I did it on if, say, 50 employees enrolled, and I figured it off of our highest plan. If 50 people enrolled, and we had an increase of $450, that's $5,000 a month increase, or annual increase of $60,000. If we did $550 contribution at 50 people, that's $120,000 a year increase. $600 paid by the town, which is an increase of $250 per month. That for 50 employees is $150,000 a year. So that's just, kind of saying if 50 people, and there could be more, there could be less, there could be more. It's like Ms. Holton said, there's no way to put your finger on how many people are going to be, interested in changing if we do make adjustments.
Well, if we did do adjustments and it was high and we start gaining or whatever, if we could always change it every year, correct?
We can.
I would like to see a little increase.
Okay. And I did the same thing down below. I broke down the percentage of the increase of the town's contribution for the family plan for the 2 that are in it. If we did a 70, 75, or 80% increase, 70% increase for the 2 that are in it is an annual increase of $17,501. $75,000 for the 2 people that are enrolled is a yearly increase of $20,950, and an 80% is for those 2 would be almost $25,000. So I broke that down by just the 2 that are enrolled in the family plan. And then I also did another, let's say 50 people enrolled. And I figured those amounts as well for the monthly increase for 70, 75, and 80, and the annual. So if, say, 50 people enrolled in the family plan, it would be a yearly increase of $437 if we paid 70%. If the town paid 70%, that would be the increase.
$437,000.
Yeah, $437,000. Yes, what did I say?
$437.
Oh, that would be awesome. Oh, let's do it. Let's vote. Let's vote. Yeah, $437,000. Yes.
I would like to see it increase as well. I think that it would help us retain employees, but I would like to see it increase.
I try to put these sheets together so try to make them understandable, but I know it's confusing. It's a lot of stuff.
Well, you put a lot of effort and a lot into it, and we really appreciate that.
Well, I just want to make sure everybody can understand and kind of see what it looks like and where it's going and how the numbers are made up. And
So at this moment, excuse me, if we increase the family plus one, it's affecting two people? Is that what you said?
no,
You said two people on,
the family plan. Two
That's what I meant to say. I'm sorry.
people have the family plan. 14 people currently have the employee plus one.
thank you, right.
I'd like to try to help out the 16 a little bit.
The what?
The 16, hold on, like the 14 and then plus the other two. Like
Oh, I'm sorry.
no,
Yes, I understand. Yeah.
no, it's fine.
I want to help out everyone that is the employee plus one and the family plan. Those are some percentages that I was really looking at, and I really want to help those individuals out.
Okay.
So we can get back on a number, we'll talk more, think about it, or?
Yeah, if you want to look over this information and the premiums and the numbers and,
Real
Because
quick
I think she
question.
had some
Oh, yeah.
blanks that she thought she did.
yeah,
and
there
didn't
were
do, so
actually
she
two
needs
blanks
to
on here, and I'm
clean
not
up
really
her-
sure why. I need to fill those in and send that to you.
When would you need to know that amount by, Ms. Hildreth?
Do you want it to go in effect as of July 1, the new amount, the new contributions by the town?
I would like that. I would
Okay.
like that considered, but yet we
Okay.
still have to, talk about it.
I can also ask,
To consider it as well. I'm
right.
sorry.
No, you're
I would
fine.
like to consider it as well.
Okay.
Which
When
amount, guys, are you thinking? Because she's given us three options.
I've given you three options as far as just a dollar amount, and I also gave you three options as a percentage across the board amount.
Right.
So,
Didn't know if you had something in mind.
Vice Mayor, you have any in mind?
Any of the amount?
Yes, ma'am. Do you have any in the
She
amount?
gave us some different options, whether you give $100 or $200 or $300.
I want to give the 200, at least the 200.
so that would make the town doing an additional contribution of $550 towards these plans.
Additional $550?
Well, see, we do
$3.
$350 right now, so it'd be a total of $550. Yes.
Thank you. I'm
yes.
sorry. Yes. You don't know.
I don't know.
I just think,
think about it.
I would ask that she come back and have it nice and clean.
Okay.
And put in what
We still
everybody's
have
talking
time,
about.
though.
No, right. I just want to make sure we have time.
Yes,
If,
yes.
if we all vote one way or the other.
Mm-hmm.
Is that okay with you, Vice Mayor?
Yes, as long, I want everybody to have time to think about it, look at it. But yes, I'm good with the 200 myself.
200?
So, and if we did that, that would bring the employee plus one, currently it is $687.14 per month. That would bring that one down to $487.44. And if we did the additional 200 toward the family, that would bring it down from $1591.44 to $1391.44.
Thank you.
I think that will certainly help with employee retention, and it's reasonable.
Yeah, I think it's
So
reasonable
I
too.
really appreciate everybody for the support behind that, it seems to be, so.
And what are your final thoughts on the 92.7? Do you want me just to do a better explanation of it being that way? The fact that it is the blended and it's 100% of the dental and 87 of the medical? I mean, that's totally up to you guys.
I personally think if we're saying 92, I'm so sorry, I'm supposed to be wearing my reader some. 92.7%. I would like to see that 92.7%. I would.
Okay.
Well, Ms. Hildreth can calculate the cost of that, because it is going to cost you a little bit to do it that way.
It is.
So
It's
she can
gonna cost a little
calculate that
bit.
for you and give it to you.
I did do the calculation with that percentage in to show you what the actual payment would be. because it does lower the employee's payment.
Is that here?
It is. It's on the page with the percentages. It will lower the employee 250 comprehensive. It will lower the 250 preventive. It did not lower the, well, yeah, I guess it did lower the comprehensive because they wouldn't have to pay anything. I think it brought it down that lower. That may be one I need to look at again just to make sure, because it was only $1,544 before. So I feel like it's going to bring it down to where they don't have to pay anything for that if it's a true 92.7.
Sign me up for that one.
Need to
Yes.
look at the math when you bring that math to those.
Yes, yeah.
Yeah, because it is gonna affect your budget.
It
a
is.
little bit, so you may want to know that number.
Yes.
Yes, I'll
It's gonna
figure
affect
that
your next
because
little
currently, we do know we have 152 employees with the individual plan. So I'll have to figure the difference between the 92.7 and the 87 that they're being paid and give you a figure on that too.
Is that what that?
I personally would just like to at least look at the figures.
Yes.
Just because.
Sure. I'll figure that difference and give you a number for that too.
Thank you. Great job, great
And
work.
if I could just say, this may require a personnel policy change.
Yes, if
So
we
I
do.
have to do an ordinance to bring back to the April 28th meeting. I'll have to look through that and see what all needs to be changed. So I just want to let
Okay.
you know that you may have an ordinance that you'll have to adopt as well as the rates.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, if it's in the personnel policy, it would have to, if it does say it, the combined rate. Is that how it's worded,
It
Ms.
says the
Corbin?
blended rate, and I'll
Blended
have to
rate.
see if the employer-employee ratio is listed.
Okay.
Thank
Okay.
you. Thank you, Ms.
All right.
Corbin.
All right, I will get this updated, and I'm going to talk to Anthem about the married couple to see if there are any options for that. Talk to them about how long we have to make changes, if we can do this before July 1st. And then I'll also get a number if we do the true 92.7 upfront without a blended rate, and get you a number for that. Okay.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Great presentation, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hilda.
You're welcome. Thank you. Do I need to stay for the COLA?
I think that would be good.
Okay.
Okay, so next item on the agenda is discussion regarding changing the regular work session meeting dates for May 27th, October 14th, November 11th, 2025, because of the rescheduling regular town council meetings due to holidays. So Sherry, do you want to say anything
Yes,
about
ma'am. Okay, so on this, normally you would have your council meeting on Monday night, but because it is, or Monday evening, but because it is a holiday, our rules of procedure automatically moves it to the Tuesday, which is when you would normally have your work session. So you could still have your work session on Tuesday at 4, but you would have to stop at 6. Or you could dispense with these 3 dates and not have a work session. But the one it affects the most is your May 27th, and with it being the budget, you may want to have a budget discussion.
Can we keep the one in May and then, can we keep the one in May and then have the, or just go ahead and do the ones at like 4 and then just cut off at 6?
You would have to stop at 6 because that's your
Yes, ma'am.
regular scheduled meeting.
I wouldn't mind to do that if we see need be.
Agree.
what date are we looking at?
Okay, it
May
would be
27th, October 14th, and November 11th.
Yes.
Well, I got all 3 of those in front of us, but what do we,
Okay, so your work session would start at 4 PM that day, and then you would have your council meeting at 6, the same day.
on the 27th?
Ms. Corbin,
Yes.
on October the 14th, is that the VML conference?
I believe that it is, if that is the Columbus Day holiday.
It is.
It is. And see, that's why that we normally would, let me see what the, so
Have we
your,
canceled that as fast due to VML?
your meeting, I'm sorry, what did you say? I apologize.
Have we canceled that meeting in the past due to the holiday and the VML?
It has been canceled if enough council members are going to the conference. It has been canceled before. But like on May 27th, normally you would have your town council meeting on May 26th. but because it's a holiday, it automatically flips it to May 27th. So that, your regular town council meeting is already scheduled for that day. All we're trying to figure out is, do you want to have a work session that same day, or do you want to reschedule it for another day, or dispense with it?
What is?
I think
what
we
is it
need,
about?
we need both.
And both.
So start them at 4 for all three of these? All three of these dates start at 4?
Is that okay?
I think it's fine.
I'm okay with that.
Everybody good with that?
Are you okay with that, Vice Mayor?
I didn't hear what she said.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Just come in at 4 instead of 6 for the meetings, and then we'll have the work session for just 2 hours and then cut it off.
Okay.
Is that good?
On all of those days?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
So it looks like you want us to vote on that, correct?
I can do it by consensus, it's okay. But it's okay. Because those are your normal work session days anyways, we just wanted to make sure you want to have them both the same day.
So going to the next item. Continue review of the community contributions for the budget for fiscal year 25-26.
Yes, and at the last meeting, I think you asked everybody to kind of report what they would like to contribute. I think we have 4 council members who responded. There are some items that you're all gonna need to get together on because you didn't agree, but Edith Bowling Wilson, you agreed that $10,000 is okay. Madam Mayor, you did not indicate, as far as I know, are you okay with $10,000 for Edith Bowling Wilson?
Did I not respond? I thought I said all my responses. I just didn't do that one?
No, I don't have one for anything here. Maybe I missed that, but.
If you send it, I apologize, I didn't receive it.
Okay. You know,
And I don't mean to put you on the spot if you want.
no, that's fine. I mean, I'm okay with it, but I prefer that we keep it the same as last year. But anyway, whatever the consensus is.
Last year was 10,000 and this year they're asking for 12.
Okay.
Is that?
I think that's correct. I don't have the previous.
I think it was
I'm
10,000
looking at it right
last-
here. They're asking for 12.
So it was already 10.
Okay.
So everybody has agreed to 10 then, okay. That one's good. Brain injury was 1,000. Is that, everybody said 1,000 is okay? Are you okay with that one as well? Okay. Wytheville Training School, we had 10,000 from 3 of you, 12,000 from Kathy, and Beth, it's kind of for you to weigh in on there. But is
I wish
everyone?
y'all would tell me you didn't get it.
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, I
Well,
didn't know.
Can you give me those amounts again, Mr. Moore?
everybody's,
12 for I thought I agreed to all except for the one. I had 12 also for the training.
oh, you did? Okay. For some reason we,
So my thought on that was I was not going to increase anything from where it was for last year. I think is what I put on everything. So I would still like to be with the 10, just to stay, if we're going to keep everything for myself, not to increase any of them. So my thought on that.
So you're saying not to increase the.
Oh, I was just going.
Well,
Well, not just that one, I was just asking that we kept everything the same as last year, mainly because of the budget issues that we have. That's the only reason. I didn't want to take away anything from anybody, but I was hoping to keep it at the same as last year. But that's what I was asking for.
so you're,
Okay.
Yeah, so it would be at 10 for the training center, which is what it was last year, I think.
is everybody okay with 10?
I agree with that.
Okay, good.
It was 10 last year.
Yes.
Uh-huh.
It was 10 last year, yes.
And it went from 1,000 to 10,000, which was great. It needed to go up significantly from where it was, so that was really good.
For the training school?
Yes, ma'am. When I was on council, they were only getting 1,000, and I think it wasn't. But I think it would.
4,500 is what they were getting, is what I thought. That's what they was on there last year.
Okay.
They asked for the same amount each year. Now, whether they got it, the 45, I won't say exactly 45. It might have been 4 and some change. But anyway, it's neither here nor there. As long as we're able to support all of them this year is the main thing.
And what I'm hearing is everyone's okay with 10,000 for the training school. Is that right?
Yes, I am.
Okay. And then the Grayson Library, we had Kathy at 5 and everybody else at 4, and I don't know what the previous years was. Apparently it was 4,000, I would guess.
I'm good with 4.
Everybody good with 4?
I'm fine with that, sir.
Kathy, are you okay with 4?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Open door. It looks like everybody's okay with 10,000. Kathy did split hers between emergency utility assistance and the emergency shelter. I mean, I don't know that it matters, except that they may want to list that on your
I think it
donation.
would be nice to know where the $10,000 is actually going for Hope, because they're such a large organization. So I would like to see it named, whether it's for emergency housing or whatever category.
Okay.
Is that what your intent was, Ms. Patterson?
It was.
To have it, yeah, so we know what it's
Okay.
for. I think that would be a good idea.
Are you okay with that?
Yeah, I'm
amount too?
fine with that.
Okay.
But do we have any, how many years have we been doing that for them? It's only been, I don't know.
We weren't doing it when I was here.
No, we weren't.
No.
So,
So it happened since.
So, Mr. Moore, we're going to do 5 and 5, is that right?
We'll just donate 10, but tell them that 5 is for emergency utility assistance and 5 is for emergency shelter, the way I read it, if that's okay with everybody. And we had 2,500 for scouts. That was unanimous. Are you okay with that also?
we have not done scouts before. And I would like to really make sure that we keep it for an event or for within the town. That older gentleman that was sitting right by the big machine back there, he had never been in the town of Wytheville until that night. When I was talking to him, he never had been in the town. So if he was the head honcho, and I don't know where the money's going to, because we've never really done this. And the Boy Scout, now Boy Scout, Girl Scout, they're together. It's been on again, off again in our community, in the county for the last 5 years, as if sometimes they don't have anything, sometimes they do. And I think we just, again, if its council wants to do that, they really need to pinpoint it to what, so.
I sort of regret not asking more questions the night that they were here. And the one question that I wish I had asked is the money staying local? Because if the monies are going for like state fees and dues for the Boy Scouts, then I want to reconsider. So I wish we had asked that question. I don't know if we can reach out to them and find out. But if it's not staying here, then I'm not interested. But if it's staying here, then I'm all for
Yeah,
it.
and I mean,
And I wish I would've
it's just a
asked the question.
verbal thing that, we hope that they tell the truth. There was a young lady that sort of talked to that when they did their little program, and she made the comment that uniforms are very expensive. She didn't have one on. So maybe that was her personal thing. You know what I'm saying?
Well, maybe she
But-
didn't afford the uniform either.
Well,
you
that's
know.
what I'm
Yeah,
saying.
Right.
That's why they had her doing that, because she hadn't been able to
Afford them.
afford one.
And keep in mind, once you put this on the list, it's hard to take it off unless you have a reason to take it off. And then you're going to have the Girl Scouts coming or whoever. it's sort of what we've seen in the past. We want to support everything, but just want to make sure it's staying here. It needs to stay in these are Wytheville taxpayer dollars. They needs to stay in the Wytheville, even in the county's fine, but it still needs to be in our area. So until that question is answered for me, I'm just going to sort of back out of what I said, just because I didn't get enough information and I regret that.
Is
Well,
there, go ahead.
I know before, go ahead.
They came and did their presentation. It was not the Girl Scouts, correct? It was the Boy Scouts. And those individuals were putting things back into they were doing a lot of work in the community, from what I recall from their presentation.
But not
Could
spending
be
money.
wrong.
Yeah, so they were doing volunteer, because they have to do so many hours of work, but they weren't spending money. My question, yeah, if they're spending money doing that, that's fine. But it sounded like they had to put in a certain number of hours to be a Boy Scout and get to different places or different levels, but I still wish I had asked.
Things
Yeah.
from their presentation, they were buying things for people that from what I recall, they were buying things, the presentation that they came and did in council chambers, they were doing a lot of things in the community, and they were, I think, buying things and giving things to people. I could be wrong. I would have to go back and look at my notes, but from what they presented to us, it seems like they were doing a lot in the community, and they had spent quite a bit of money trying to do things.
On their presentation, they had made, well, on their paper presentation to us, that wasn't, but they, in there was also verbiage of each year following. So, we'd really have to be careful with that. But I have a question, is can we just donate some money without them being on this annual thing and say, town council wants to give you this much money for a project in town? Let us know, what, I don't know if we can do that or
We
not.
can ask them, and
I
certainly
think
wouldn't
that
hurt to
makes
ask them.
perfect sense,
I mean-
and I think that would maybe ease the mind. I mean, it's not that much money, but like you said, it's going to be year after year once you start, and I would just want to make sure before we start that it's the right path for the.
And their verbiage
for
on that
Wytheville.
paper, you could get stuck with it very
And it's
easily.
a organization that has fees. You're in Boy Scouts, it's an organization.
I think they're still calling it the Boy Scouts, but I still think,
But-
it's a boy-girl thing
Yeah.
nowadays, especially in
Right,
this
right.
community, and real retreat and everything, they do it together.
Just a thought.
Well, what if, and I don't know how you all would feel about this, but, and I know at different places, we could commit up to what 2,500 that they're asking, but ask them to bring their receipts in for what they've done. Is that something sort of bad, and say, hey, we'll be more than glad to approve up to 2,500, but just bring in your receipts. I know people do that with like scholarships and things. I mean, just a thought, just a thought.
Another option is we could give them $1,000 and say we'd like to give $1,000, and that's a little more manageable about. It's not that, it's just a thought that you might do something different than what they're asking. $1,000 is still a lot of money, depending on what they're doing. But I wish I had asked, because I think we need to know those things, so I'll know next time. And I don't know who to get in touch with to ask now, so.
We'll
have a
follow up with
contact.
that and try to ask some of those questions.
Contact.
You do? Okay, good, okay. This amount, the amount of the total of all the requests is in the budget presently, so it's, we can knock it out but it's not a big deal because it's only $2,500.
But I don't want this council, next council, and, in the other entities that we've been supporting, and then them feeling like, well, we're throwing money at them more than us, and I just want it to be clean. I think that's Holly's word, clean. I like that tonight.
I was
want
gonna
it
say,
to
I've
be
not heard
clean.
anybody else mention that word, so thank you. No, I'm just saying, I'm just
And this
thinking.
is a relatively short list for a reason. We're only doing like six 6 or 7 nonprofits, so it's usually that's just a thought. So,
Well, we'll leave the 25 in at this point.
Yes, sir.
And the next one is the community cat rescue. Kathy put 25, the other 3, 45. That was the request, was 4,500. So,
I think that was 55. Unless I'm wrong.
that they requested.
I think, well, what I have here was 45, but
Well, they would like to thank us for the 45, but,
yeah.
but if you look down here in the
they
bottom, it's
requested
55.
55, yeah.
So is it 55 they want?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
They came, I don't know if you remember, they came and did that presentation about all the work that they've done in our community to try to cut down on the spay and neuter that helps our animal control when we were lacking that department.
Right. I recall their presentation.
Thank you.
I told this to Mr. Moore, but made a couple phone calls because I'm not as educated with all them as you are. But what I want council not to get into a trap where, no pun intended, but so one of the doctors told me that you just better be careful, because if you start giving one entity that, then they're all going to come and ask for the same thing. All the other, I don't know what entities are.
Well, actually, the spay and neuter group is like the TNR. And I did speak to Mr. Freeman about this, trying to look into the TNR. And basically what they're doing is the TNR. I'm not for sure of another group that actually comes into town and actually does the work like our animal control should have been doing for years. That, like I said, we were very lacked on. But they actually, came in, did the animal control, take them to the vets and things like that. On their own time, not on the clock when we were actually, paying somebody to do.
And I agree, and I remember all that, but I just, when I called one of the offices and talked to the doctor there, that was just, be careful, because you're just going to have more requests. So I just want to share that with council. So I'm
That
not
would be
against
really,
it.
no, and
but I
that's
just
fine,
want
yeah.
The verbiage, I think we just need to have the verbiage in there for like what you are saying. Does that make sense? That it's a different type of donation or?
Right, and from my understanding, they use just the numbers just for the town. This does not, if my recollection serves me right, and to the best of my knowledge, I'll throw that in there as well. But this was just for the funding for the cats in the town of Wytheville, not the county, and not, Bland Smith and Wyth, when sometimes they're linked to things like that, so.
I'm okay with whatever. I just want to.
Well, we're at 25, 45, 45, and
I was just asking for the same amount as last year, which is 45.
Okay.
But it's whatever.
is everybody good with 45? Kathy, are you okay with 45? Okay, we'll change it to 45.
Yes. The 45, did we need 55 for them to cover their expenses? Would that cover their expenses?
Well, I think they actually came in and showed where the money was going and that it actually stayed in the town of Wytheville. And to me, that's very cheap for spaying and neutering. I don't know any vet at any doctor's office that spays and neuters for very, very cheap. I know that there's assistance out there and things like that, but just to get a dog. And that does cut down on animal cruelty and things like that and unwanted pets. I would like to see it at 55.
I'm fine with that. It's a great
I
cause.
don't mind to give them the 55 if they, I'm not looking at their.
But I think that and I think for me, in what we might think about is when we get to a certain amount, people need to bring in something and show us, like when we're given 10,000, somebody needs to show us something. Is that
And I
fair?
think that,
And it's not too much to
right, no,
ask,
and I
yeah.
don't think that's too
Just
much to ask. I think
something.
they,
Just something small, just
Right,
here's
no.
where we're done with it.
well, and I think they did during that presentation of where, and a lady, I think from even the state came, do you remember Ms. Corbin, what her title was? Is that, she was something that she came and they had documentation and things like that, right?
She was the executive director or something of the Community Cat Rescue
Right.
Network.
They did come in and show us information. Edith Bowling Wilson, they send us information. There are, if you would like for someone to show up with the Brain Injury Solutions that receive help in our community, I'm sure they would be glad to show up. The Wytheville Training School did a presentation last year.
Great.
So we do know where the money is going. The Open Door came in, they did a presentation last year.
Great.
The library sent their information, I believe. I might not, don't quote me on that, but we're not just throwing money out here. People are coming in and showing us where the money is going.
I don't think anybody was saying that it wasn't.
I'm sorry?
I said, I don't think any of us were saying that that wasn't happening. I mean, I believe we all trust that that's.
So, I just wanted to make sure I heard right, and I have it on closed caption. I'm reading also what's being said, and I thought someone said that they needed to come in and show where the money was going.
No, I was saying
Did I not
that,
hear that?
that historically, when I served, everybody came in and did a presentation. Sounds like they've already given stuff, and that's great. I'm just saying that when we're giving $1,000, but some of these numbers are getting big, and when, as they get bigger, we just need to make sure that we're knowing where it's going. That's for everybody
We do.
across the board,
In the
any
past,
kind of a
right.
nonprofit. Yeah,
Right. Anything that I've voted on, I know where the money's going.
great.
I guess the question now is, are we okay with 5,500? That's the bid on the table, right?
That's fine with me.
Everybody okay with that? Okay. That's good.
We need to take a break.
I was just going to say, that's the last one, so.
Well, we have one more.
No, it's not.
That's the
Yeah, it's-
biggie.
Yeah.
Okay, can we take a break first?
Sure.
Yeah. There you are.
In hours. Thank you.
Can we take a break after the,
Before closed session?
that, well, because it may be a review of the draft, may be a little long after Ms. Hildreth?
We can.
Are we doing it now?
You can do it whenever you like. That would be a
Well,
good
that's
time.
what we took a break.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Well, I was going to try to
We
wait.
might- I think she just warned us it's going to be really a long day.
Well, no, I just, well, you said get sandwiches before we came. And the power's out, nobody got the.
Where's my sandwich? Did you bring us a
I'll be
sandwich?
honest with you, I was gonna call CJ's, I was gonna get a little something, then I was gonna go to, well, Food City and the best, I'm just like, I brought snacks. I did bring snacks.
A good time to get up and stretch, if nothing else. Yeah, absolutely.
Laura, did you go anywhere on vacation? Did you?
I went to Paris.
You didn't.
I did.
Wonderful. Good for you,
Yes.
girl.
And some girlfriends. Well, my niece and
Yeah.
another friend.
Okay.
Yeah.
Good. Well, I have no desire to go across any ocean. I really don't. Good.
Made some coffee, is that what you
I
said?
know, that would be really
Oh.
good.
Oh, okay.
See you tomorrow. No, hopefully not tomorrow, y'all were not planning nothing.
Right, thank you. Did earlier. Is it on one piece?
No, it's two-piece.
Beth, my apologies. If you did send it, I didn't.
Well, I know I did it, and I know my intentions were that I sent it.
That's all right. I'm sorry. I should have let you know that we had a blank there, but.
No worries.
Well.
That's the last,
we're
if that's the
working it
worst
out
thing
now.
I've done so far.
Okay. The biggie is the mill wall, so.
Oh, yes.
Lending rate equal. That's why.
I do.
This big humongous.
Yes, sir. Excuse me.
Conversation gets us every year, doesn't it? The community contribution.
Well, yeah.
It's a challenging one.
That was it. In the way here.
Thank you.
I'll take your advice.
There you go. There you go first.
No, not yet. Finish my water first. Okay, the next
Like
one
everybody's
is,
back.
the next one is Millwall, and now they requested 150. So we had a question mark from Candace about that, and everyone else was 150.
Oh, I don't think I was 150.
My question.
Oh, you said no on the 150. I'm sorry. Sorry, I missed
Sorry,
that.
I thought,
Sorry,
wait a
I
minute.
apologize. Yeah. So,
What
The
was it?
recommendation was to move the Millwall out of the community pool to a specific line item for overall town budget, and I disagree with that. Now, we can come up with an amount that we want to give the Millwall, but as far as, a specific overall line item for the town budget, I'm not sure I'm there yet.
I personally would like to give them what we gave them before.
I agree that it should not be in a line item. It is a nonprofit. The same as downtown Wytheville should not be a line item. So that was my other nonprofit that I wanted to talk about. Both of these being the same nonprofits, we need to vote on it every year. I think that's fair. That's the way I would like to do. I would like to see downtown Wytheville moved back into this category because that's a nonprofit that we fund that's not on here, and it used to be on here. For 4 years I was here. I don't know what happened, but I kind of feel the same way about that as I do the Millwall, but I would like to support them of the 150 they're asking for. But I agree, and I don't know where that came from, it being in a line item, but I don't think it should be. It's not right now, is it?
It is.
It
actually,
is?
Yes.
Okay, I'm sorry, but
Yeah.
it shouldn't be.
It's
In
just
my
listed
opinion,
as an item.
but it's
in the-
here on the but it is here though. I mean, so maybe
Oh.
maybe it's both places.
Well, no,
I'm sorry.
Millwall
he-
Theater and downtown Wytheville are two different things.
So you're talking about
Downtown Wytheville,
Yeah.
yeah.
which is not, well, I'll be careful. I'll just think that it's more appropriate that it be on the list considering it's a nonprofit 501c, the same as the Millwall. All of these are 501cs, I'm assuming. So we need to get them back on here because I remember we would fund them every year. And the last year, I remember 2020 was around $135,000 that we gave them, so it's substantial. So do you know why or what happened?
Well,
Does anybody know why?
only thing I would guess is, and maybe some other people know, Wytheville is on our payroll system. Downtown Wytheville is on our payroll. So it was just incorporated in there as a line item. And you'll see it in the budget. I don't know when that was done.
It's just my thought on that,
Right.
sir. Just my thought on that. But we need to vote to fund them because that's automatic in the budget. And if we want to do it that way, I'm not sure it would work with a nonprofit. I think in order for them to do all that they do, they have to be nonprofit, so we can't employ them. But the question is what happened, why they're not on the list anymore was just the question. I would like to see them on the list.
Ms. Holton present.
What's that?
What?
Is Ms. Holton present?
Yes.
Ms.
Yes.
Holton, that is, I think it's 135,000, I'm not exactly sure. Is that not their salaries that we pay that is listed as a line item?
So what Mr. Moore said was correct. Downtown Wytheville is its own line item in your town council expenditure budget. I believe most of that is the payroll for the 2 employees of downtown Wytheville. But they do have, I believe, don't quote me on this, but I want to say about $250 in like printing or materials. And then this year they requested another $10,000 to go towards their special events. If you recall, downtown Wytheville hosts 3 events, or I guess that's accurate, partners with everybody to do 3 events. And I think traditionally they have used donors or vendors to pay for that, but this year they did request an extra $10,000. And so I don't know later tonight if we're going to talk about the budget, but for those of you in the room, you've got this big packet here that we haven't gotten to yet, and it's in there. So when we get to the budget, we can look at that. But I'm wondering, getting back to your question about when that change might have happened, I don't know this for sure, but it might have happened. Do you all recall in 2022 was when the position for Mr. Jones was made available? Because prior to that, wasn't it not just Todd that was an employee?
They had other employees.
They had
before.
part of
Okay.
the for
So maybe that's when there was a second full-time employee that came on. I'm not really sure if that's when the change happened, but I remember we met back there. I don't know if you all remember that.
There was one, I think it was like sort of, we were coming out of COVID, and I think they had asked for a full-time, and I was sort of like, let's see and make sure we
Right.
have enough for a 2 full-time position, because I know we
Right.
were still worried about the budget then, and then that's when it did go to 2 full-time people.
So getting back to your question, I want to say it's around $150,000-$160,000 for downtown Wytheville.
Okay, thank you.
The one thing I do have, I do recall, I'm sorry, did I go overstep you?
No, you're
Okay,
fine.
I'm sorry. I did ask, I know in the Millwall, when they did come and did their presentation, I do believe in supporting it wholeheartedly, I do. My one concern is as cool as it is in different places that they could take pictures with weddings and senior portraits and pictures. I don't know if you all recalled me asking that. I did check in, I think they reached out to one like wedding person, event planner, and they did not know where to start recruiting for senior pictures. So that does concern me a little bit, that to me, if you're going to ask for money, you need to, I guess, check all your resources and things like that. And like I said, those were 2, and I may be off on it, but I think wedding portraits for brides and senior pictures, kindergarten pictures would be phenomenal there. And it just was not sort of looked into, except I believe one planner. And it's just sort of, I sort of have reservations about that.
Is there a, and I don't know the answer to this question, is there an expectation of fund raising from the Millwall how much, because I remember being on council when we voted for it and they were going to raise money, but I don't remember if they were doing like ongoing fundraisers after they were open. Do you know if they are supposed to, like, I just didn't know if they were doing any fundraisers, how much money they raised. Do you know by any chance?
I don't, I just asked that, because that was my, because I was thinking of the brick wall, how beautiful that was, and then you have like the elevator shaft and different things like that. Just the coolness of being in the seats, you know, when I went to movies there. I mean, there could be, to me, some profit on that, and it would be, to me, two easy avenues, you know. That's why I was just concerned over, not saying that they don't do a phenomenal job. You know, C-Post, been there myself and things like that. They do an exceptional well job. But to me, that would be some money to be able to bring in, I think, shouldn't say easy money, well-spent money for people, senior pictures, you know, a bride go there and have, you know, have her wedding little party there, play a movie. I just, you know, so that's why I have a little.
There's different management now. I mean, times 2 or 3, right? So maybe.
No, ma'am. It was not from last year that came and did the presentation. No, ma'am.
Okay.
Because I actually
From last year.
spoke to him about it. Yes, ma'am. And like I said, I don't mind supporting them at all whatsoever. They do a lot for the community, children, elderly people, people of different backgrounds, phenomenal. You know, little kids that can't afford, they do movies and things like that. I just have reservations if you try to suggest an idea and it's just sort of okay here and it's just stopped. So I have reservations about it.
I'd still like to see us give $150,000 towards the cause. We're vested with them. We gave them the initial $600,000. I just don't think we could stop.
It's a small
right now.
price. I think it's a small price for what they do. I think it's a really small price for what they give back. So I'd like to give them the 150 as well.
I agree with you, Mr. Hand.
And in regard to what they do or don't do, we could ask them to come make a presentation.
No, I don't
Okay.
care to hear.
Okay.
No, it's fine.
All right.
I mean, they're not going to change it, so why? You know.
Well, they might if they.
No,
you don't
sir.
think so?
It's. I'm just one opinion. Just
Okay.
one opinion. It's okay.
Okay. Well, were you at 150 then? Is that?
I agree.
I have reservations about the 150. I know previously I said that I would think about the amount that we were going to give, and then in a meeting, I was told that I had committed to that. When I didn't, I said I would think about it. And right now, 150,000, that's a lot. I know that you all committed to the 600,000, but did you sign a contract saying you were going to support it thereafter? You say you're vested. Where is there a contract that shows that? A legal and binding contract that shows that you're vested after paying the $600,000?
Not to my
I'd
knowledge.
like to see it.
Well, there's no contract required to be vested in something. What made us vested is we gave taxpayers $600,000. You don't need a contract to be vested. We became vested by giving cash to purchase the
I
milk.
didn't ask what I needed or how
Well,
I needed.
I'm answering
I
your.
don't need to be
I'm going to
that
explain it to you
top
how.
down here. I
No, I'm
just
going to
asked-
explain it how I want
asked
to
a
explain it.
yes
But I ain't
or
trying to
no
explain it to you.
question.
There is
I
no
asked,
contract.
Is there a contract that vests us after you pay that $600,000? I didn't ask if there had to be or what the rules were on it. I didn't ask all that. I asked a simple yes or no question.
Ms. Johnson, you're being rude and disrespectful.
I'm not being rude.
I'm trying to.
I'm
Yes,
not
you
being-
are. Yes, you are.
No.
And I'm going to
I
start
asked a
calling you
simple
out on that.
question, Mr. Hand.
And I'm trying to
I asked a
answer your
simple
question. You asked a question, is there a contract? I'm trying to answer your
It's a
question.
yes or no, and I don't need to be downplayed.
I'm answering
You
your,
don't have to have this or you don't have to have that. I asked if there was an initial contract.
the answer is
I asked a
no.
simple question.
The answer is no.
The answer is no.
The answer is no.
The answer is
But
no.
here's the fact,
Okay,
we
thank you.
being the
Thank
members,
you.
well, I'm not finished. I'm gonna finish what I wanna say. We being the members of council who voted to purchase the Millwall Theater always knew that it wasn't gonna support itself, because most community projects like that struggle to support themselves. So they've spent $4.5 million on the total project, and they get 150 a year from us. That's pretty small, but they do a lot for the kids, and I don't see any reason whatsoever why we're not supporting them. The Millwall is not set up as a photography studio. They just didn't set it up like that. They're not photography experts. That's just not what they do. They're in the entertainment business. So I want to support them, but we are vested financially by the $600,000, and I feel vested personally as somebody who voted for that. And I will support it as long as I'm on this council. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. And once
You're
again,
welcome.
I was not being rude, and I don't want anyone
You were being
to
rude.
persuade-
You need to watch
No, I
it.
was not even gonna argue with you, Mr.
Good.
Hand. This is not even an argument.
Good.
You will not attack my character in a meeting.
I called you out because I was answering a
No,
question and you were being rude
no,
and
sir.
disrespectful.
I asked-
Okay,
I
so
asked-
Not
do
the
we
first
need to
time
vote
either.
on this? Is this controversy or
No.
not?
So that's my 2 cents. So that's about that. So are we going to have the Millwall? I like to see a breakdown of downtown Wytheville. They're under a category of Main Street. I like to know where their funding is going, just like every other nonprofit. So does anybody have a problem with that, or are you guys
You talking
okay
about the
with that
Millwall,
being-
or are you talking
I'm
about
sorry,
downtown Wytheville?
Downtown Wytheville.
And we can check the Millwall too, but I will like to say something. I don't expect them just to do like photography. I just thought it would be a good outlook and a source for people if they did take senior pictures. Not that they would, get into that business, but at least look into that, because that could filter out to a lot of other, seniors coming here and things like that. It was just a suggestion.
Yes, ma'am. And what we
Yep.
could do is require them to raise a certain amount of money before we give them the 100. You can do whatever you want as long as they're on this list. We get to say, yes, we will give you that, but we need to see what you're doing to raise money.
Well, and that was-
So maybe if they show us, maybe you would be happy with what they're doing. I don't know how much money they're raising.
Well, and that was my concern, sort of just mention it and then
Right.
say, hey, if they took a little bit initiative, I would have been more like, yeah, let's do it. But when you don't reach out to, you've got 3 high schools here and you don't reach out to any of them, that concerns me, because we have parents that probably went to school there, maybe would have got a, cool picture with their senior, middle. When there was no initiative, I just don't have the heart, and I'm sorry. And like I said, they do phenomenal. And yes, I don't mind in supporting something, but when you don't even take suggestions, it's like they're going to give it to us anyway. So but that's just my my opinion. So.
Well, I guess my question is, we have 3 against 2. Do we need to vote on it? We don't have it as a voting in here. Is everybody okay with just
Can we
with the?
go like and sort of do what we did last year? I think we gave them initiative, an amount, and then have them come back and not just give it, because I think that was the question, that we're just going to go ahead and give it to them. Maybe let them prove themselves, Mr. Hand, just like you said. Give them whatever we gave them last year.
So I'm not comfortable with asking them to come back in the middle of the year if they've already shown. So I guess I'm okay with this amount personally, but if you want to see what they've done to raise funds, I think that's a very good question. What have you done to raise funds in the past year? If that would help you with your decision. But I'm doing this for the kids. This is for the kids. This is
Oh, no,
not
I understand.
And I'm not, if they're not doing something, maybe they should be. I'm sorry about that, but this is about what we provide for the children in this town, which isn't a whole lot, by the way. We don't have a lot of outlet for them. This is an outlet for them. This is for them. And we need to not forget that. That's the most important part. And if somebody doesn't do their job right, I'm sorry, but I don't want to punish the kids because of that.
Right, and
And that's who is
right.
going to pay the price if we don't fund it, are the kids. And I am not okay with that.
Well, and I did mention before the children and adults and seniors, but can somebody tell me exactly what we did last year?
Yeah, I can.
Okay.
On July of 2024, the initial payment of $75,000 was made. Then on December of 2024, we paid an additional $50,000. And the final payment of the $25,000 was scheduled to be paid in April of 2025. And I believe it's been made.
Okay.
Okay, so that totaled $150,000.
Okay. I would like to sort of piggyback off doing what we did last year. Go ahead and do the 75. And then, I wouldn't mind looking at it like maybe mentioned, look at things like we were going to do downtown Wytheville, go back and reevaluate things since we are a little bit tight in the budget. Maybe not to commit anything, right off the bat for 150, but do like we did last year of July. Go ahead and give them 75,000, see where they're at. See if they take some of our suggestions, because we all matter, not just one, or not one, but I mean, at least take some suggestions in either or. But
Ms. Atkins, I'm not in favor of doing the same schedule we did last year.
But I thought on these, I thought we were going to do what we did last year.
Again, I
No, okay.
personally am not in favor
Okay.
of that. Respectfully, I don't agree with it.
And again, I'm not opposed to funding them at all whatsoever, because I think they do a phenomenal job. I do.
Well, I'll say this, it's in the budget presently at that amount, because everything that was asked for, we didn't have an answer, so we went ahead and just put it in the budget. So it's there now. If you want to amend the budget as we go through it, we certainly can do that. Or we can decide if you'd like to vote on it, or if you want to make a decision about the 150. I don't think it matters when you give it during the year, and you could, you could ask them if you can give them or tell them you're going to give them a quarterly distribution or a biannually, give them twice a year. There are all kinds of ways you could handle this. I hate to see you on a stalemate over this, and I just wanted to move it along if we
Well,
can.
and the only reason why, because there was a question last year, and I think at the very end, there was a question because it wasn't clean and clear of how the end was supposed to be done, from my understanding. I could be wrong, but I don't think it was clean and clear of how it was broken down. It was, so that's why I just wanted to be.
Yeah. So, well, do you want to talk about this at some other time and move on, or would you like to? It's like I said, presently it's in this budget. It's listed at that amount.
As I'm standing my ground, and I would like to see the whole request. Like to see us give.
So we have
them what
3 with the whole request and 2 reservations. Is that my understanding, everybody?
That's correct, sir.
Okay.
I mean, I don't know about Vice Mayor, but
I
that's
think
fine.
she said she has some reservations.
Right.
I have, the reservations that I had were about making it a line item. And number 2, the second question was about that was brought up, whether or not there was a contract to be vested towards them. And I have no issue supporting them. They've stepped up their game. They've got some really good shows going on. I think people are going and enjoying themselves as far as the shows that they have going on. I have no problem supporting them, but I do like the way that we broke it down. But once again, I'm only one vote, and I have no problem supporting them, like I said. And I also would like, I don't know if they've done any more fundraising, like they said that they were gonna do last year. I don't know what they've done, to do their fundraising. I don't know. I know we have mentioned, I recall talking to them about it being a good wedding venue and some other things, but I don't know. I haven't talked to anyone there or asked them the question whether or not they do or do not have it. But I don't have a problem supporting them. I would like to break it down, like we did previously. And then, next year they can come back and give a presentation on how they're doing.
Can we do the 75 and then ask them to see what they've done for fundraising, since that is a concern?
I'm not interested in doing that personally. I mean, I think they need to come and show that to us every time they're asking for money. They should do a presentation. I think they've given a ton of information when they got their last 50. I think I was watching it online, and they came when spoke before they got their last money, which wasn't like in August. Is that right? Maybe. So they gave a full presentation. Then I was able to see it, and I wasn't. So I mean, I felt like it was good. So I just don't want them to feel like.
Is there an extra piece of paper like that, or no?
Like what?
Like that. I didn't know if you had an extra handout. Okay. I just want to make sure.
I'll be glad to make you a copy. It's my personal notes that I took, Ms. Atkins. I keep very good notes, and I kept the payments and the dates that we paid.
Well, and that's what I remembered. That's what I remember, that we did break it down in sections. And I would just
ask that if we do have an expectation of them, that we let them know what it is, so they know what we want. But I mean, if you do a wedding, you have to have chairs and folding tables, and it takes a lot of money to have just the equipment to do events. I don't know what they have in there as far as folding tables and chairs go. But if there's something we want them to do, and I do want all these nonprofits to show us what they're doing, I think we deserve that as spending the taxpayers' dollars. I think that's not too much to ask. I just am concerned that this is the only one that we're having come back in the middle of the year and asking for the rest of it. But I do think they still need to show us, because we can change the budget anytime if you want to.
No, sir.
I'm saying, but if they weren't doing something, we have the ability to not fund them even still.
No, and like I said,
we
I don't
need to
have
do
a
that.
problem with funding at all whatsoever. It just seems like simple suggestions were just sort of not followed through with.
And maybe some other ones would be followed through.
Yeah.
But maybe we need to ask them if we have a certain expectation that we want them to raise a certain amount per year. Maybe we should tell them that.
No,
Just a
if
thought.
everybody's okay with just giving them, and that's fine. That's just my concern.
Yes, ma'am, I understand.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, then I read that 150 is in for now, in the budget, for this donation. That,
I mean, you can ask them what they want.
Okay.
Yep.
okay. Well, that ends, that resolves those issues. And the next item we have is just, Madam Mayor, I think is the COLA discussion. As you're aware, the present budget we have was, we told you, I think at the last time, that 3% is the COLA adjustment that we have included in the present budget. And Laura has some information relative to that.
Thank you. I'll get up a couple of times. Take care of it. Thank you. Thank you. If it stops it, I'll do that.
Do you have a copy of this, Vice Mayor?
I did.
I'm going to send you a picture. I'll just send you, well, you give that to Ms. Corbin so she can have that for later.
If it came under that WIN, whatever it comes under, from Outlook. No, I did not get it because it will not open.
It was and it was a separate email from those others, so,
I'll send it to you real quick.
okay.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
It actually came in Excel, so we're good to go.
Oh, okay, good, good.
You don't
Okay.
have to,
Okay.
Resend it. You don't-
I just did. What I do is I crop it and then turn it so you don't have to flip your phone. So, yep. Thank you.
Thank you, I appreciate you.
Yes, ma'am.
And this is just
Kind of
a,
you, very kind of you.
yeah, thank you. This is just a proposed COLA increases. I just did one. The current salary, I took off of the worksheets that we did actually for the budget, for the general fund, public works, water, wastewater, and that totaled the 10,064,581. And then I added a 3% increase to that. And then that brought the proposed 3% increase to 10,366,518.43. Then I did a 3% off of the current salary again. Not a 3%, 3.5%, which is 352,260.34, which brought that proposed increase to 10,416,841.34. Now the 4% COLA is not straight 4%. Somebody asked me, and I don't remember who asked me, but if you'll notice, I put the increases down at the bottom. I did the 3% and 3.5%. That 416 was actually an increase from the current salary, which was the 10,064,581, to the new salary of the 10,416,841 at 3.5, and then they asked me to add 4 on top of that. And I don't remember who asked me to do that. But that was the total of 416,672. So that was like a 7.5% increase. So the true 4% increase is 4,002,583.24. It's not the 416,670. And I don't know who asked me to do the 402,583.24. That last projection is a 7.5, and somebody else asked me to do that for them. I've got so many worksheets that I gave you one with a little bit higher projection in it.
Say 402.58.
583.24. And that's 4%.
The bottom line to that is basically each percentage point you increase it is $100,000 roughly.
Yeah, pretty much.
$100,500 based on the current salaries we have.
Yeah, because 10 million.
And if I
So-
recall correctly, in the current numbers that we have for the proposed budget, we still have the 3% shown.
That's correct.
We
That's
do.
right. That's right.
But I base these increases off of the current salary before any. I think we kind of included it in the budget, 3.
3 was,
did.
yes.
3 is what we included. But I worked these percentages off of the current budget before any increases.
Right.
So like this 10,064,581, that's before the 3%.
Right.
And then I
Current
did 3%
salary.
in the current salary, yes.
And that's the way it should be done.
Yes.
That's
Okay,
right.
that's what I did.
Yep. And if I recall correctly, that also included in the current proposed budget for next fiscal year, that included part-time receiving at 3% as well.
I believe that's correct.
Correct. Yeah.
I thought so, Joseph.
Because that is.
I thought we
that is
did
what we
include part-time.
Correct, because that is what the council did last year, and so we just did the 3% for all employees, whether they were part-time or full-time.
So the big question I was going to ask you guys about tonight and talk about tonight is looking at, regardless of what percent you give, if you have an employee making $40,000 and we give them a 3% raise, that's a $1,200 raise. You have an employee making $100,000, that's a $3,000 raise. The cost of a living raise, the cost of living is the same for all of us. Another way of doing that is taking the total payroll, taking the percent. So if you did 3%, just say, well, let's do 3.5%. That would give each person $1,805 across the board. Everybody gets the same amount. That might be a way, that's the way we did the Christmas bonus when I was here before instead of doing a percent, because the people who are working out in the field are getting the smallest checks. And we're just trying to say cost of expenses has gone up the same for everybody across the board. So if you took the total amount, and I would like to do 3.5%, that would give each person $1,805 approximately to their pay. And it would still be the same amount to the town. It doesn't change the amount, it just distributes it differently.
So what you're saying is you're taking that amount, the 3.5% increase, and dividing it by the number of employees.
195, the full-time employees.
Okay.
Which is what right. So I got all the information. She was nice enough today to give me this information. So we have 195 full-time employees that would be divided between, and everybody get the same check. Is $1,805 enough for the entire year? Divided by 12, that sort of breaks down. Just trying to see what each person actually gets. So 3.5% might sound good, but when you put it on paper, it's really not that much money. And I think that's why we're staying behind. So we might look at a dollar amount instead of a percentage.
Ms.
For
Tran,
the
I
employees.
don't mind that idea. The only thing is maybe if we did 4% for full-time and then 2% for part-time, and then that way we won't have departments and coming back and saying, hey, let's try to bring our other back to par. That way everybody will get the same across the board. I would like to see part-time.
I think she just said that part-time was built into the budget at 3% right now.
Okay.
So that's already done for them, which is good. So whichever percent you want it to do, it's just, we might want to divide it up equally. It's probably a little bit more, makes more sense that, because this is a raise that helps with expenses, gas, electric, et cetera, and we all have the same expenses. So, but I would like for us to start getting these pay scales up to where they need to be, and this is one of those very first steps, is making sure we give enough annual increase. And I think that's where we've probably not done so great in the past. Even when I served, we just didn't, but we didn't have the support on council to do that. You have to have the support in the room to do that. So it's really up to council what you want to do, but I think we're giving too small amount at 3%. I would ask for 3.5, possibly 4, but I would be really happy with 3.5. And then you can decide whether you want to distribute it as a percentage and everybody get a different check or everybody get the same check. Just some options to consider.
I remember how the employees were so thankful when we did it across the board.
It just worked equal for everybody. Got the same Christmas bonus, because you had some people getting $1,000 Christmas bonus and some people getting $300. And the people who were making $300 had been here for a long. It was just more fair that way, and everybody seemed to respond to. So you could do this if you wanted to the same way and just give a cash amount instead of a percent, or you could take a percent and then just divide it up. But if you gave $2,200 per person, I'm not sure what that percent would be, but we need to be thinking about inching that up over the next couple of years so we stay current in the market so we can also retain employees. And I think doing the insurance increase will help. This is step 2. It's got to be a combination of all of these things to help retain people. So I would ask you all to please consider 3.5. If you would do 4, I'd be grateful, but I would
like
ask
to
for
see 4.
3.5 at least. And then maybe even a dollar amount, and you might decide to give each person $2,000. That would be a little over 4%, maybe 4 point something, just a thought. Trying to get this paid up where it needs to be.
Because we have had numerous departments come in and ask for their employees, or
there's a whole
or
sheet
individual
here.
people coming in and asking for themselves before in the past. That's how it's sort of been. I didn't realize you could do that.
4% is actually $2,064 per person at $195. If one,
And
That
then-
would be full-time.
Then what about?
that's just full-time.
That's what I was going to ask.
you
Then
get
what about the
3%.
part-time?
So in the budget,
That's already built in the budget, so we would just leave that as is,
3% for part-time.
but maybe.
You're talking about two different things, though.
Those numbers, were they for 3.5 or 4%, ma'am?
Oh, for which one? What number were you talking about?
The one you just spoke on.
The 2,064 per person, that would be for the 4%.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
And then how many part-time people, Ms. Hildreth? I know it sort of varies because you've got,
Oh, yeah.
but you were just saying 3% for that?
That's what's built in the budget. What were you saying, Elaine, or Ms. Holton, about?
Yeah, but if you're doing projections, don't think about the current budget. Do you see what I'm saying? It's two different conversations. So if we have about 350 employees, right? Both part-time
Somewhere
and
around there.
full-time. So you could take 350 employees and then multiply total payroll for all employees by 3%, correct? Would that math work?
I don't know. I didn't do it in the part-time people are not included in the math I'm
Yeah.
using here.
So it doesn't sound like we can do the math on the fly. We might have to come back with that, and I apologize for that. But if the council likes the scenario that council member Hand projected, we can run that scenario, and we could run 2 or 3 different scenarios based on 4% if that's what the council wants. But we could.
Are you also saying doing 4% for part-time? Is that what you're looking at as well in the budget?
Well, that's up to the council, but I think the council does want to do something for part-time, correct?
Oh, yes, because one year we did not, and then we.
I think
Yeah.
that's.
But are you thinking about doing a percentage for part-time, or are you thinking about doing
That's on the table. I'm not.
Okay.
And I wasn't really referring to part-time, not understanding quite as much there. So I was really focusing on the full-time. However, you could do it however you wanted to for the part-time, either a percentage, but
Well-
once again, it's going to be all over the board.
Right, and one year, Mr. Hand, we sort of, I think, weren't, not that we weren't thinking of part-time, it was not included, and then I think a director, if I remember correctly, a director reached out and like, what about my part-time people, because they are significant too, and then we corrected that.
Do your
Quick.
part-time employees have variable hours?
yes? So that's going to be hard.
Cleaner, Mr. Hand, because of the variable hours, sir, because that could be really messy.
Yes, that sounds fine.
If you have one working 15 and 25, see what I mean?
Yes, sir, I do. Yes, sir, absolutely. And I hadn't considered the part-time, but that makes sense completely.
That's a good
It's just a
point.
thought. You don't have to do it this way. It's just trying to get a little more money in people's pocket that would be more fair for everyone. And then we can talk about job, because there's another list of proposed salary increases, which is just a completely different conversation. But I'm hoping that we can get all of this fixed one time, because historically, these conversations have happened. When I was on council, we've been behind on these essential departments for so many years. And I just would hope we can break that system by starting to pay people. We can afford to do this. We are financially viable and sound that we can give these people the pay. And maybe it's time that this council does that. I would be so pleased to be part of the council who finally takes this big step and does this, what should have been done a long time ago, but it takes certain people on council to support it. So if you all have an appetite for it, I would love to really get pay scales current, keep our employees. We lose too many people. Didn't mean to preach, but this sort of goes along with that. This increase needs to be more than 3% is what I'm asking for. So, yeah.
So, Mr. Castle, on the part-time people, you suggest a percent?
Yes, ma'am, because the other mechanism that Mr. Hand is talking about doing that you do for your full-time doesn't work well for part-time because they have variable hours.
Right.
So if you can't give a flat number for a guy that's working 11 hours versus another employee that's working 25. It's just, I don't know how you would calculate that. I think it would be a nightmare.
Okay.
So too.
So basically,
I
what we're
agree.
looking at is for part-time, we're going to do a percent. And then for the 195 full-time employees, we're looking at, as Mr. Hand said, 3.5%, or I wouldn't mind seeing 4% this go around.
I would like to see 4% for full-time employees. And then we can discuss a percentage rate for part-time employees. With Mr. Castle has spoke of, I am familiar with that. And I do know that your part-time usually do not receive the same amount as your full-time. So we need to, I guess, decide as a council, the percentage for the part-time. But I myself, speaking for me, 4% for full-time is what I would like to see.
So, Mrs.
Hildreth.
Hildred.
Me.
I'm sorry. There's too many misses in here. I got the name just
It's
totally
okay.
blank. Would you tell us again what that number was at 4%? It was 2,000 something each person. Was it 2,000?
2,064.
2,064.
Yes.
Okay.
If
So that's
that's
decent little.
402,000.
That's at 4.
583 divided by 195 employees is 2,064.
So let me just see something real quick. So that's $172 per month after taxes. That's still enough to make a little difference. You know, 150 after taxes, that's decent. That's, would help people. So I would love it if we could do that. I would just love that. So
Vice Mayor, you on with that?
Yes, ma'am, I am.
Okay. Are you good? You good? Mayor Taylor?
I'm here.
Well, I guess they have at least 3, so I guess that's good to go.
Talk to me, Doc.
I just was asking, I just was trying to.
I think everybody sees.
Oh, I'm just listening, it's going back and forth. I'm just gonna ask Mr. Moore. Mr. Moore's over there cringing. And, you know, I mean, we may have a different look on what we really have. He's trying his best to do the budget and I'm not gonna put him on the spot and ask him what he thinks. I agree I just think 4 might be a little bit too high. But I definitely agree it's necessary, and I just remember the response from all the employees several years back when it was done, and it does morale, it keeps them here a little bit longer, retaining them. But then again, there's always some that will, well, I need more. But I think this would be a great thing if we think we can afford it.
And Mayor Taylor, when I did ask your opinion, I was being serious. I wanted your opinion, input.
So it sounds like the direction to staff is to come back with revised budget numbers that shows the 4% for the full-time based on the equation method presented this evening, and then we will have to work on the part-time projections for council to consider.
What projections would you like to see for part-time
But
as
wait
far
just a
as?
second. You said we're going to come back with the 4%. Is that right?
For the full time?
And this reflected
Okay.
in these numbers.
But I thought you had at least 3 council people say, yes, go ahead and do it.
Yes, that's what I
She's
said.
got to modify the budget because
Yes.
there's 3% in there.
Okay.
She's got
Is that what
to
you
Yeah, so
mean?
all these numbers will change.
Okay, I thought you meant
Yeah.
bring it, okay, so
Yeah.
that's just a
Yeah.
definite go. They're going to get a 4%, right?
So this,
Okay.
as of right now, if this is the direction you're going, this is no longer accurate. Because this has 3% in it.
Right, but I guess my question, I just want to make sure, so I'm understanding correctly, sorry, that we will go ahead and full-time people will get 4%.
And you want it broken down differently. You don't
That
want
right?
like
Do you
each
want
person.
everybody to get the same check like we did?
For full-time, we're just talking about full-time right now, okay, so we're good with
She's
the,
asking, do you want it broken down like that?
Like you want to take the 4% that, the total 4% and then divide it by the full-time number.
Right.
And everyone would get the straight amount.
but there's no question they're going to get 4%, right? We're on board with the 4%.
Jeez.
Okay,
We're not gonna come back
Well, no,
next
no.
week and say, I want to vote on this.
well, yeah, I was just saying, I thought we had
I'm just wanting to make sure it's a straight
I
amount.
just had a different opinion, that's okay.
No, that's fine, I just wanted to,
It's a tough decision because we've sat here so many times and had to do this. I remember back then, but thank you, I appreciate everything.
And the issue here, if it's 4%, it's 4%. How you distribute it is immaterial to the bottom line.
Right, yeah, you can,
so-
the bottom line.
I don't care how it's done, we just want them to get 4% because they were hardworking employees, every one of them.
Yeah.
Okay,
No, we're good. We're all on the same page.
Yeah.
We just have to figure out part-time.
yes,
Ms. Helders was asking you what percentages you want numbers on.
yeah. What percentage you want us to try to put together for the part-time?
What
Like
I
percentage?
thought I heard,
what percentages do you want to consider so she can run numbers for you?
So can I ask, do you have, that's right,
Well, we already know what the 3% is. It's already built in, right? For
part-time?
the part-timers.
Yeah, but it's
But it's not-
not
It's lumped.
digestible.
Right.
lumped in.
I got you.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well,
But
So can I ask, would you say the average part-time person is making 10? Well, no, because Wytheville's now 15. I'm sorry, Louise is 15.
Yes.
Sorry about that. So everybody's making at least 15.
At least 15.
15 times 3 is $450 a year. If you're looking, I'm just trying to figure out
Right.
how much it figures out. What is it?
$15 an hour, sir.
$15 an hour is,
So it's 15 times 40 times 52.
And our part-time people are all over the board as far as amounts. I mean, we've got lifeguards, we've got officials. Some officials might make $24. I
That
mean,
one's, you're gonna have to go off, you're just gonna have to go off last year's number
we all,
Yeah.
to get a gross, Elaine, you have different thoughts.
I
And do
don't
they
know off the
still
top of my
go in
head.
different departments? If they go from a lifeguard to say, do they still, you have to break it down
they
differently?
clock into different departments, yes.
It is gonna be hard.
so it's already built in at 3.
Mhm.
So you go ahead.
let's just leave it. I'm in favor of leaving it at 3.
Leave it at
I
3?
think that makes sense.
And they get the actual 3% on their specific
Yes.
salary.
Mhm.
They
They
don't
get the
do
3.
the equation method.
Right, no.
Okay.
Okay.
Does that work for you?
It
both of
does.
you?
Everybody good with that? That's the way we'll do it then,
Okay.
if it's
Okay.
okay. All right.
All right.
So we're good? Oh, ooh, I love
Okay.
it when we come to a decision. Does anybody have any questions?
Thank you for everything.
Thank you.
Yeah, great job, thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks for hanging in with us.
Oh,
Thanks, Ms. Hilder.
do you guys need me for anything else? I think none of your council things.
We are.
I didn't
We're
hear.
com- We're coming up on, I believe we're coming up on the review of the budget as it stands now. No, you don't have
You
to.
can, you don't have to. Thank you for staying this late. We appreciate it.
Have a great night.
You too.
All right, so I guess it's in your hands, Joe.
All right, well, we've made
Thank
some
you.
changes as we go forward, but let me just first say, Angela and Lane have helped tremendously in putting this document together, and in the end, I just sort of got them all together, got everything, all the numbers together, and then put what is in front of you out there. You will find, I think, with a sheet labeled number 1, which is kind of a summary, should have a number 1 on it. It's toward the end of your packet. What I was not expecting in all this should have been was the last minute increases for some salaries to be thrown at us. And so what you will see in that document is capital projects included in the draft budget, which lists all of those capital projects and the amounts. Just a summary of those. And you'll note that the master plan or the comprehensive plan is not in there, as Elaine pointed out. It's not in there presently. So you're looking there at an add, if you want to add that back, of about $150,000. We were on a pretty good mission to try to curtail the budget as much as possible because we knew we had the potential for some money taken from reserves to get through the year. So I just wanted to point that out. The second list you have there, and these will have to be individually talked out by each of you all, are requests for increases in salary for specific salary levels. Those include, and probably most importantly to you, police, fire, and rescue, which have indicated to you that they need some additional bumps to keep people. And then also the water and wastewater plant, who've also come to you and said, we need some help in these areas. So what you see there is a wish list of increases from a number of departments, which totals $438,000. So that's kind of the wild card right now as to how we want to distribute those. Then you'll see the next line down from that box is the summary of the projected revenues. And the projected revenues you will see is the number 1 package there, that just lists all the revenues and how we've assumed what our revenues might look like next year. Now, it's a pretty good shot in the dark, given what we have going on nationally with the federal government in a little bit of a turmoil about what they're going to fund and what they're not going to fund. That includes FEMA, a number of grants that we have out there that are in question, and also whether or not Blue Star might be funded. But those are all things that are out there. But we think that's a reasonable guess at what our revenues will be for next year, and that's $37 million. Then you have the projected revenue package, projected expenditures and packages number 2 and number 3. And then you have $2.4 million loan that we received for the Lots Gap tank that was dependent upon Blue Star coming. All of that has been put on hold because the funding agency, other funding sources for that, have said we're not going to fund it until we know that Blue Star is coming. So we've talked to Webster Day, who is the bond counsel for that loan, and that bond is set up for the town to use for water and sewer projects. So we can apply that funding to water and sewer projects that we have here in the budget. Am I missing anything there, Lane? You got any comments relative to any of that? Okay.
You're good. At some point, we will need to ask it from council whether they were agreeable to your staff's recommendations on the capital projects.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, I'm going to go back to that.
Okay.
I'm going to get
That
back to
sounds
that. And then we have included in this calculation a $1.3 million water and sewer rate increase. Now, I realize that you all have debated that and haven't decided, but we're just trying to show you that it's definitely needed, because then to balance the budget as presently presented, we need to use $1.5 million worth of reserves. Now, that will change as we decide about these salary increases and some of those things, and some of the other capital projects. But I wanted you to have each one of those packages so you can go through them in great detail if you like, and look at what you feel like is relevant. And Vice Mayor Johnson, I apologize that you don't have this sheet in front of you, but we will get that to you as quickly as possible.
Is it a new printout, Mr. Moore?
Yeah, yes, ma'am. You have the old one probably, but this is a new one and it's a little different, but not a whole lot. So let's just take a look at your the big sheets, because that is your capital projects that we have been requested to fund. You will see on the first sheet just a green area, and those are all the projects, capital improvement projects we have proposed to fund.
I think I requested one, I don't see it on there.
Which did you request?
So I requested to see something, because, we had the meeting with the county, if we were going to maybe look at building a animal shelter. And I may miss it, but I don't see it on here.
That is not in there. And I'll talk about that later when we get into the county negotiation. But what we did put in there was $70,000 for the dog park, which you requested, which had been in previous budgets. So that is a question about whether y'all want to continue with funding that, but that is certainly in there.
Well, no, the reason why I wanted to put back in there is I wasn't aware that it was removed. And to me, if we removed it, that would have been like, to me, just not having a true accurate line item. And Mr. Freeman always explained to me that would always remain in there because it was like a sinking fund. If it's put in there, it's to stay. To me, it should have never came out because it's not like to me, a true reading. But anyway,
Well, Well, we put it back in.
Thanks.
Um,
No, thank you.
It was out for this present year's budget. We put it back in.
Right. Thank you.
And that's, again, the full council can vote it in or out, but it's in for the present
Well,
time.
I don't recall I don't remember the council voting it out. Yeah, it
Well-
wasn't voted out.
For around, was it COVID or whatever, but we were having this time of the year, and I think, and Kathy, I'm not going to get this exactly right, but you said, I'm okay, take it off the,
Well, I would go back and look at the minutes. I mean, don't take my word for it.
But I mean, yeah, I just didn't know we could I just didn't know one
go back and
individual could
check
pull
the
it out. Yeah.
minutes.
I just didn't know we could do that.
You can do that.
An
You're-
individual person can call in?
Well, the council did vote on it, because I also recall Kathy withdrawing it. If I remember correctly, you said it was my project, and because of everything going on, I want to take it out, or something like that. I remember
like
that
that,
as well.
yeah.
But it was in a council meeting, is what I recall. But yeah, any of these capital,
Can you check the minutes to see when that was voted on, please?
Yes, ma'am. I'll be glad to do that.
Okay. Sure. You'll see there the items that are proposed for funding the capital improvement items, and I'll be glad to go through some of these with you. Let's just run through them very briefly, just very quickly. You got the two VDOT projects, the Monroe Street Peppers Ferry and the Peppers Ferry TA Sidewalk Gap Project. Those are both in there. I believe both of those projects will indeed have VDOT funding. We've included those. Chief Slamp had indicated he needed air packs replaced, and so you see $187,000 is in there. We certainly can't send our firemen into fires without air packs. Thought that was pretty critical. Yes, ma'am.
While you're on that, I'm not
Uh-huh.
trying to be rude.
No, that's
or
okay.
interrupt you. But I do remember last year in Budget and Finance, when that came up, and he said that there possibly may be, and I'm just going back through my notes and reading, I do take notes with the date and time. He had mentioned that if they could possibly get some grant funding to go towards that.
Yes, ma'am.
But I don't know if he was able to do that or not, but he did say that there could possibly be grant funding for getting those replaced. I know that we put it off, I think, last year, and then he was going to see if he could get possible grant funding for that.
Yes,
Do
ma'am.
you know if that is still available?
I don't know if it's still available, but I did note, he also did say the same thing this year. He would try to get, I think he said AFG funding, and I believe it's noted over in the following sheets are the listings of things, of capital projects that everybody asked for. And you'll see, as you go through those, the green ones are reflected on the top sheet. They're also green in those, so you'll see what was proposed to be funded. Now, any of this can change, but this was just our draft of the budget. And yes, he did indicate he might be able to get funding for that. I'm not sure what AFG stands for, but we will ask him to pursue that as he goes forward.
Firefighting grant, sir.
Sorry.
FEMA. AFG is a FEMA
Yes, he
program.
did put
Assistant to
possible
firefighting
AFG
grant.
funding if awarded.
But it is,
It's a FEMA.
it's a FEMA, well, then,
I looked it up. It's a FEMA.
yeah, it's,
AFG is what he put in his worksheet.
right,
So he's got on it, every department has a worksheet behind the,
right,
and he put possible AFG funding if awarded.
yeah.
It sounded like he's gonna try, but there's no guarantee.
Right. And at the present state of FEMA, I'm not sure you get it in this upcoming year, but it's,
That's what Google says. It's a FEMA program.
yeah. Anyway, so we did fund that. We were asked to put in $20,000 for new paint and carpet in the administrative offices. Our maintenance staff said they can clean the present carpet and will paint for about $4,000, so we did put that in there. It's been a long time since it's been painted, and the carpet's pretty old and pretty dirty. It's been flooded a few times.
Now you're talking about which
Just
vicinity?
just in the
just in here, okay.
administrative office building here,
And how much was
Mr.
asked?
Moore, no, go ahead, Mr.
Oh, sorry, no.
4,000.
No, sir, the previous amount, what did
Was
they?
20,
Okay.
was their estimate.
Okay.
So the question about the carpet, just in case you guys don't know, I didn't know, but the sewer has backed up in this building over and over. What's in this carpet? It's not just dirt, it's sewage. So I would love to see that carpet replaced just for safety's
Yeah,
sake.
I would too.
And if it's, I know we're trying to cut back, it's just, it's pretty nasty when you have sewage on it more than once, I've heard. And that would be the only reason I would request that if we could change that
I understand
carpet.
that.
If not, I understand.
I understand that too. I was here when it flooded the first time.
And it wouldn't be in the whole, it wouldn't be in the whole building, because I think the treasurer's apartments was done.
Yeah, there are some new
Just-
floors
right,
there,
right,
but
right.
it, but in any event, it was 20. It'd be 16,000 more dollars.
I'd like to see,
I'm sorry, we're talking, when you're talking, we didn't mean to do that.
it's okay. No, I mean, I don't,
She
we're in a
was
work
asking
session, it's
where
okay.
the $20,000 is, and that was in the first.
That was in the first
the
request.
second. Right, so
And-
they
and
took,
we
so
just-
he took out 20, it wasn't exactly 20, but 20 something,
Right.
was it?
Would that
So
include,
one of these
the-
sheets back.
I'm sorry, so it is in
would
it,
that
okay.
include the paint too,
All
Mr.
right.
Moore?
It was, I think it was 19,
Yeah.
and then I rounded it to 20. So-
Yeah, thank you, Ms. Holton, I understand what you're saying now, I just wasn't looking.
So just for clarity, the ones behind the one that's green is what the departments requested. And so Sherry and myself and town management have a sheet for us. And it's, so you're gonna see tourism, and then you're gonna see Parks and Rec has several sheets.
And as you flip through there, just for a point of reference, you'll see the same thing that's reflected on the front sheet is reflected in green that has been proposed for funding.
So everything that's still in white is not in the budget?
That's correct, that's correct.
So that answers, that gets everything resolved for me. So the only things that we've agreed to fund are shown up in green?
Right.
Okay.
The only thing administration has agreed to fund is
I'm
totally
sorry.
up to you all to
Thank you.
make those
Yeah.
changes.
Okay,
but-
I understand, thank you.
Yeah, and it looks like when you change that to green, you forecast that keep the numbers aligned.
Right,
But yeah, the original request was 19.
yeah.
Thank you.
Is there any possible way we can look at the carpet and paint to give a fresh look? This
It's-
probably been years. People come here. We have people come here out of town for meetings and things like that.
You
thought
say
that
the
was
word
what
and
they
it'll
said
go
was
back in, but
No, ma'am. I could be.
Ms. Atkins, what was your request? Can we look at what?
I would like to see I would like to see carpet. Mr. Hand, mentioned carpet because of the sewer that's backed up. But I'd also like to see it painted. It's probably been years, and we have people come here from different areas, come in here, do presentations. We have different committees that meet in here, and I'd like to see it painted.
Oh, okay.
now,
You want this room painted?
Well,
They had, in their request, they wanted all that painted, their offices.
yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, this 4,000 would include painting, it just would not include carpet, it would do carpet cleaning, so it'd probably be another $10,000, $12,000 for the carpet at least. But that was to get our people to paint it, buy the paint, and then paint it when they had time.
okay, so it will definitely be painted.
It will
correct?
definitely be painted in this
Okay.
budget.
Sorry.
The carpet we'll talk about more if you'd like to. Then the 70,000 for the dog park is back in there. We put $100,000 in for splash pad design. This is if everything moves forward with that. This was the estimated price from Thrasher to do preliminary or do the complete design package for that project. So that's in there. There's a pool heater in the indoor pool at the community center that needs to be replaced. It's probably nearing failure. When it fails, we won't be able to heat the pool on the inside. It's critical that be in the budget so that can be replaced if it fails. We left that in. You've got the 20th Street Bridge project that will most likely, you'll be paying out this year, and so that next $50,000 is in there for that, for professional services for that project, and then $20,000 in construction for that same 20th Street Bridge project. You have the clarifiers that are going to need to be replaced, that might get replaced with FEMA funding, but we've got to start that project as quickly as possible. So there's $2.7 million in there for that. Most likely, we will be using that loan fund that we talked about in the previous sheets to help fund that, because that other caveat to that $2.4 million is it has to be spent by June of next year. It's already 2 years old, and it'll be its third year old by then, so it does need to be spent. It's good that we can spend it on this. And you have the grit chambers at the wastewater treatment plant. This is where the sewage comes into the plant. These things pick out any solids that get into the sewer system, gravel and that kind of thing, so it doesn't get into the rest of the plant. They originally had asked for $360,000 to have a contractor do that. They agreed that they could do that with their own forces if we would pay for the materials at $180,000. So we cut that in half. The water plant needs to have filters rehabbed. They propose to do at least one at $98,000, which is, I believe, a pretty good quote on that. We have a service contract that Billy's been trying to get started, whereby all the water tanks in town would be painted on the inside on an annual basis, and this takes the first step in that regard to get the first interior of the tanks painted. There will be many more to come, but that's the first one. That one would be the Fairview tank that's out on Pine Ridge, just above the highway department. We do have some potential liability relative to landfill with having to drill additional wells there. Billy asked that we put in $24,000 to cover that cost. And then we had talked about some landscaping work throughout town that you would like to see done, and we put in $25,000 for that. So you can see that adds up pretty quickly. We're at $4,171,000 just for those capital projects. But that's please go through that, see what people requested. See if you.
Questions, may I ask you just 3 real questions, sir?
Sure.
So, are we going to consider putting money in for the comp plan?
I'm
sorry.
Yes, I would say yes.
Okay. And are we going to consider putting something in at shelter? Because we said we were going to partner with the county. Do you want to do that? That's up to you, Ms. Atkins. That's your. I mean, I'll support that. But if you want to do that, we might want to put a few dollars in there to show good faith that we are moving forward for the cat shelter, if you still want to do partnership with the county.
Well, I would like to partnership with the county, depending on, I know they were supposed to get back maybe, I think, with some figures just to look at. I think they're still working on that from my understanding. Whether or not, we do partner with them, like I said, I'd like to. But I'm sorry, I keep hearing a little bit of noise, and I don't want to interrupt you. But I would like to see some type of good faith effort to be put in that, whether or not, the hopes to be would partner with the county. I think it would benefit the town and the county. But I'd like to see some type of funding.
What would you think about taking the $70,000 dog park money and splitting that 35 for a dog park and 35 for a cat shelter? Do you have any interest in that?
Not particularly, because when I was on Budget and Finance, I was told that the dog park was a sinking fund, that money would remain there, period. That's what Mr. Freeman told me, that was a sinking fund, because I learned that terminology from him. But And I think we need to do a different number. Now, if we want to go back later and put that towards that, but I think we do need to start some type of funding for the animal shelter, whether we partner with them or not. Like I said, I'd like to. I think that's a good thing. But
And the only other thing I did not see in there was having the water tower pressure washed out here on Cove Road. On the north side, it's really green and algae all over it. I know we mentioned that in a work session one day, but I didn't know if we could get a price of getting that pressure washed, or if that's something that you could just build into the public works maintenance budget or something like that. But I think we'd have to have it contracted from an outside, because it's so high, we'd have to get an outside person to come in and do that. But I didn't know if there was room in the budget. If not, we understand. Just a question.
and I don't see a line item in here for the police department.
You will.
Okay,
Yeah.
but I just mean like a definite police department line.
You'll find that in these operating.
Okay.
That'll be under, let's see. That'd be under, it should have a number 2 attached to it.
But I mean,
believe.
I'm just wondering, right, but I'm just wondering why it's not in the initial, like, they don't have a green line.
They didn't ask, as far as I know, if they asked for a capital project, we didn't decide to
So
fund
these
it.
are only for the capital.
These are just capital projects.
And I don't
Right.
think they asked for one.
They
did
didn't have a lot of requests, and after we met with them, they said that they could wait a couple year on a few of them. And then I want to say we're working with them to try to get them a new ACO vehicle.
They already actually bought that in this year's budget. They did have a request for another police car. We asked them if they could hold off on that. So,
So we met with all of the department heads after they submitted their request, and we sort of went through them with them, and we tried to we worked with the department heads to say, hey, can you wait another year, or maybe we can get it this year with leftover funds, and so we've worked some of those things
Yeah.
out.
and a number of things we have worked out where Public Works needed a number of mowers and a bush hog. We did go ahead and get them to purchase those in this year's budget. They've done that. Those mowers are out mowing right now. The mowers they had were in reasonably good shape, and they've been passed on to the rec department and other departments that needed mowers. So I think we got a pretty good slug of things out of this year's budget, and it looks like at present we're doing well in this year's budget. So I think we'll be okay there.
So Ms. Atkins,
I have a question about the, replacing the main pool heater. It was, listed last year for this year's, to be put in this year's budget, but it was listed at an amount of $25,000, and there is a $15,000 increase. I know prices have gone up on things, but did the price on that heater go up $15,000 in a year?
I personally do not know that, but I will check on that. I suspect that it may have by the time you have installation involved, but I will check that. Yes, ma'am.
Because it was, last year it was listed that it would be for $25,000 in last year's, budget and finance meeting. I'm looking at some paperwork from last year. And then this year I noticed it's listed at $40,000.
I wonder if was it taken out of the budget? Was that amount taken out? Do you remember?
It was not, no, it was supposed to come before budget and finance this year, on the previous paperwork, but the amount that was initially listed that I have on my paperwork was for $25,000. And this year, it has replaced the main pool heater, for $25,26, and, it was $25,000. The cost was $25,000, and now they're requesting $40,000, which is a $15,000 increase from last year.
Yes, ma'am. I realize that. We'll try to find out what the difference is. It may have been they just funded 25, sort of a sinking fund type deal, but I don't know that. I'm just trying to surmise what they might have done. If it was in this year's budget, really, they should have been looking at getting it replaced this year. Because from what
It was supposed to be replaced this year, but the amount that for last year, when they did the capital improvements budget request, it was listed under 2526, but it was listed for $25,000 instead of 40,000.
Right. We'll
They
check.
didn't list it as 40,000. This was where they had listed, you know, where you have on here, you have your years listed out. It goes 25, 26, 26, 27. So last year it was listed out under 25, 26 as $25,000 for this year's budget. But the amount has changed from 25,000 to 40,000.
Yes, ma'am. I understand that, and we'll check to see why that's changed. I'm sorry, I don't know. I
And if
don't
you
know.
need to see, you know, my paperwork, I do have that.
Okay, all right. Thank you. Thank you very much.
One question back to the police department. Was there more on their list besides what's on here, a request?
So you're looking at the white sheets?
I'm looking at this one, yes, ma'am.
Yeah, so essentially, there was a vehicle for the ACO officer, which they had some leftover funds for this current year, so we authorized that. There was a couple of other things that were minor. They were like less than $10,000, and they either was able to absorb them in this year's budget, or they said they could wait. So, like I said, I don't remember all of the conversations, but we did have conversations with all of them about, because again, we were trying not to destroy your next year's budget, right? So we were really trying to vet some of the
No,
things that we have
I do understand that. Anyway, before in the past, the police department has been neglected, and it was over years. And I just want to make sure, because when I first came on, there wasn't anything asked. And I went back and I asked, can't remember if it was Mr. Moore, Mr. Freeman, but anyway, to go back and ask and make sure the police department didn't need anything. They did something, but I was thinking that maybe there was some type of, maybe night vision. Was that asked? Night vision?
I remember you mentioning that, but I don't think they had it in. If it wasn't on this sheet, we didn't see it from
Okay.
them.
Can we check on that maybe?
But I will check that, yes,
Check,
ma'am.
in case they're, and, you know, and I could be wrong, but night vision to me would be very critical this day and time. Thank you. I just want to make sure no departments
Right.
missed.
Yes, well, and it could be that we overlooked that.
No,
I
and
do
it's fine,
apologize.
it's fine, and I may be wrong. Thank you both.
So,
So we'll just take this, go through it. and-
this is the capital projects to look through. We've noted the ones, I think we have noted all the ones you would like for us to look at. In addition, we certainly can look at anything as we go forward, but we don't have a whole lot of time for that. We have about 3.5 weeks for the first reading, so we've got to get something together more definitive. The sheets you see here are the actual operating costs by department. And these first couple of top sheets that you see that look like blue and orange stripes,
Circus
blue and
tent.
yellow stripes.
The circus tent, I know, it's like.
Time I look at it, my eyes start crossing. I'm like, I can't read that.
Somebody from UVA got in here. I don't know what happened here, but anyway.
Day colors, no wonder.
Oh, now.
But then you'll see that those are the tallies for each department line item, and then you go on the following sheets, break it down individually by account number, and you can see what's been allocated there. So I think that's a pretty good summary with the revenues, the operating expenses, the capital expenses, and then this sheet that summarizes everything. But the one question mark in all this is, and we need to vet these a little more, is all these requests by departments for increases. I think it is possible that we might be able to reduce some of the things, given that you're going to give a 4% increase. Now that would help the police and fire and rescue and those water and wastewater plant people some, so this may go down a little bit, but.
So if I can just add something to that, if everybody wants to put today's date on these sheets,
Yeah.
because what's going to end up happening over the next 2 or 3 weeks is you're gonna get more of these sheets, and like, as of now, these are all outdated.
Can I request a pink?
Would you like to have yours in pink? We'll try to, we'll
I'm just joking.
see if,
I got
the-
a pink pen.
Pink and
see if
white for
the
the
printer will handle that.
That's right.
I do have a question about the possible refunds we're going to get from FEMA for all the storm damage at multiple different locations. I know you can't say whether it's likely we will get that or not, but if we were to, do you have any idea when they might start issuing money back to the communities?
I haven't heard a thing, but
Yeah, so I think they've, Andrew Austin is our locality contact, so he's the one who's doing all of the submittals for the FEMA reimbursement. They have different categories. So the first category is what's called temporary. So that's all the things that we would have spent in, I believe, the first 90 days. And so he's already submitted that. And I want to say that that's one of those is coming back or in the process of coming back now. Whether that'll hit this fiscal year or the next fiscal year, I do not know. After that, there's more of the permanent category. And so you have to spend the money, then you got to request it. So, for example, the rental of the clarifiers and that first check for the purchase of the temporary clarifiers, I expect he'll be submitting that. And so that will probably come back, and I'm just going to guess maybe 90 days.
Is that at 100% reimbursement, or is it a percentage? Or
So from what I understand, and again, I wish Andrew was here, but the temporary category, I believe, is 100%. And then when we go into the more permanent category, I want to say it was like 75%.
so those checks could significantly affect how
Absolutely.
we stand. Okay,
They'll
just
be
want
a-
to say that we have that possibility of that money,
Right.
which is nice because it'll offset a lot of what's on here.
Right.
Because do you know how much?
I did,
A ballpark?
I
Well,
believe
I-
it's reflected in here, is it not, Mr. Moore?
I'm not sure
I
it's
believe
in
it
there
is.
listed as a,
Let me look real quick
I
here.
don't think we
Just a
included
question
it
off
in
the
the,
cuff. We don't have-
in the
I
revenue
was getting
side.
late. I was just curious how much money we might
My
get.
only caution there is, my discussion with Andrew this week seemed to think that he wasn't real sure. His conversations didn't say, checks in the mail. So I don't know that it's,
It says right here, FEMA Helene damage recoveries, 300,000 is what we have now
Okay.
in the revenue.
that would have been for that.
A little smaller than I thought it would be. Is that just the first phase?
Right, so.
Okay, so that's still good. It's still 300,000.
And that's probably covering the first part of the construction of the permanent clarifiers. But what will actually probably happen is when you're going to be back to whole again at your sewer plant, which means that your fully functioning clarifiers will be in the ground, you're probably 2 or 3 years out. So that's probably why that dollar amount is small, because that's really where the chunk of your expenditures is going to come, is from the construction of the permanent clarifiers. Correct, Mr. Moore?
Well, you're saying in the revenue side.
Correct.
Yeah, we put very little amount of revenue anticipated from FEMA for the upcoming year just because of the situation with FEMA.
Thank you very much.
We're
Appreciate
trying to be very conservative with
Yes.
that. Hopefully, we're wrong.
All right.
All you got, Mr. Moore?
Is that not
Moment.
enough?
Thank you all for your hard work on that.
Yes,
Thank you.
So
Thank
Thank
you
you
all
everybody for
both.
what you're doing
Thank
for
you
all
all.
this.
Thank you, Ms. Holton.
All right, so the next thing on the agenda is council member time, and not so sure if anybody has anything, but I know it's getting late and we still have to go into closed session, so does anybody have anything?
I do.
Yes, ma'am.
For council member time?
Mhm.
I do, ma'am. A while back, I had asked about rain checks for the recreation center, and I think somehow it got confused that the information we were given was for the McWayne pool. And my initial requests were for rain checks for the recreation center pool, because people were paying, and then if they got there 2 hours before time to close or 3 hours before time to close, they lost their money at the pool. So I asked for rain checks, and I would like to know if those rain checks have been made out for the people that go to the recreation center pool, not the McWayne pool. And if they have been made, I would like a copy of one, please.
Well, I did have a discussion with the director about that, and I did not know you were looking for a printed rain check, but I asked him to be sure that if it ever happened that someone was removed from the pool because of either a problem with the pool or a weather event, that they get a rain check to come back to that pool. I did have that discussion. Now, I haven't followed up to see what mechanism they put in place for that, but I did have that discussion. Have you had an experience with someone had an experience where they did not get a rain check recently?
Not recently. I'm
Okay.
just following up to make sure that those procedures have been put in place. Because we had discussed it when the former town manager was there. And then as you newly came in, I did not know if those have been implemented yet.
Yes, ma'am. Well, it's come as a directive from me, but I will be sure that something's done about that they have a distinct written policy relative to that.
Okay, thank you so much. I appreciate you. And thank you to Ms. Corbin also for helping me. I neglected to thank her last night. She's been a great help also in helping me get zoomed in.
Thank you.
Yeah.
All right, anything else from council? All right, so council now feels it necessary to go into a closed meeting pursuant to 2.2-3711, A.29. Discussion regarding a contract with the New River Regional Water Authority and contracts with County. I need a motion.
Also move.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Motion is second. Is there any discussion? Hear none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye as well. Any opposed? All right. We are now in closed session. We're good? Town council is now in open session. I will need a motion. Say it's necessary to certify that only matters lawfully convening the open session were discussed. I need a motion. I have a motion. Do I have a second?
A second, Madam Mayor.
Motion is second. Is there any discussion? All right, here none. This will be a roll call vote. Start with Vice Mayor.
Johnson, aye.
Atkins, aye.
Taylor, aye.
Patterson, aye.
Hand aye.
All right. We are now need to, well, we just voted on that. So sorry. It's been a long night. We are now in open session. Is there anything else to come before council this
One
evening?
quick thing. Could you please consider putting a little money in the budget toward a cat shelter?
Yes, sir.
Whatever money you could speak, please, sir. Thank you. That's all I have.
100,000's looking pretty good right now.
Pretty good, doesn't it?
Maybe 200,000, oh darn. But thank you.
He said a little money.
From what I heard earlier, it is a little money.
I'm asking for money. I'm scared.
Yeah.
All right, is that it, everybody?
Yep.
All right. We are now adjourned.
Everybody have a safe